Hey, 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 live from YouTube. It's Saturday night. What's happening, guys? Welcome back to the cafe. Tonight, guys, we are having it's Saturday night live with Dago. Whatever we talk about is whatever we talk about. We could bullshit all night for all I care. It's just one of the things. I miss my peeps. I've been busy with my grandkids all day. Let's do this thing. Off we go to the races. 1, 2, 3, and... All right. Welcome back, everybody. Happy Saturday night, August 31st, 2024, the last day of the month, last day of the summer for me in my mind. It's always been the end of August, has always been the end of the summer to me, but it is what it is. I'm sure it's still going to be 250 degrees out here for the next month or so, at least next month. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you guys are having a great weekend thus far. I hope everybody had a great day so far, and we can always end it good in here. Guys, this is not a scheduled typical type conversation. We're going to talk about whatever the HE double hockey sticks we talk about. If it's crime, it's crime. If it's cartoons, it's cartoons. If it's food, it's food. I don't care. I just wanted to hang out with you guys and conversate. And hey, do what we do because you guys are amazing peeps. So come on in, grab a chair, share it out, hit that like button if you will. I just fed my fish. They're happy now, share this out to anybody you think would want to come hang with us and just have a bullshit session. Somebody said yesterday I could probably do that, so we're gonna do that. Anyway, and share it out, bring them in here, grab a chair. You got to bring your own beer though, guys. That's the problem. Bring it, BYOB, bring your own beer. Whatever you drink, bring it with you. It's cool to be here with you guys tonight. Who we got in here with us so far? Without fail, without a doubt, the Doodlebug's in the house. Mittens for Kittens, welcome back to you. Miss Victoria and Kano, it's wonderful to have you back, to see you here again. Arctic Fox, stand up live in the house. Good to see you, my friend. SRB's in the house. It's late and she's in here. Wow, I'm impressed. Little Miss Sunshine's in the house. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Miss Trish Crow, hello and welcome back. Miss Holly, good to see you. Wisdom Speaks, the lovely Miss Sherry in the house. Miss Gina Sotilli, welcome back to you. Hello. All right. Let me see who else do we got in here. Any surprises? Avery Shannon at times MCP. Welcome, Avery. Good to see you tonight, dear. Faux Popper, my brother, Mr. Dan. What is going on, brother? Good to see you. It's been a minute. I'm glad you're in here tonight. Great to have you here. James Tate, welcome back, sir. Andy Rose, always a pleasure to see you, dear. Appreciate you very much. Crazy Linda, welcome back to you. Good to see you tonight. Leslie and Billy's in the house. Hello. Welcome back to you as well. Let me see here. Fancy meeting you here too, Miss Doodle. Wow, faux pop. What up, Dingo, Dango, Dago? You can call me whatever you want, Dan. Only you, my friend. I tell this story because I have so many new people in here. I'll tell it again. This guy is my first ever subscriber and first ever moderator, and has been for 3 years now almost. And he's still coming in here, and I appreciate him very much. He's one of the best people I know. Come on down. Who else is in here? Anybody else at all? Let's see. Little Miss Sunshine, I seen you. Alicia J, welcome back to you, dear. Good to see you. Booger Sugar. Booger Sugar. Uh-oh. We know what that is. Hope you're having a good night tonight, Booger. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Jenny Phillips, welcome back to you. Miss Siggy, hello and welcome back. Robert Bell, always a pleasure, my friend. Again, guys, as you're coming through the door, if you will, please hit that like button. Share it out. Even the lurkers out there, if you will, please hit the like button too. I'm sure, SRB, I'm sure. I just appreciate you jumping in here because it's so late. It's great to have you in here. So, like I said, guys, there's no specified topic for tonight. If we talk about crime, we do. If we don't, we don't. Ruby Slippers in the house. Welcome back. Jules, good to see ya. Thank you for joining me. Let's see, all of you guys. Jilly Bean, Jilly Bean, Jilly Bean. Good to see you tonight, dear, too. Thank you for joining us. Moon Lovers in the house. Welcome back. Kim French, great to see you. All the cool kids are here tonight. That's awesome. Brutally honest. Speaking of cool kids, what's going on with you? Good to see you tonight. Neighbors hollowing. Hope she's okay and didn't try hooking the bug. Never fails. Arctic Fox comes to the rescue every time. Well, I guess it's better than hooking it up to a car battery, Arctic. You know what I'm saying? That could be, I mean, it could be about the same. Just saying. Just saying. It's Saturday night, guys. We can talk about whatever the hell we want. There's no rules. And guess what? You can swear. All them fun things you can do. It's the weekend. Mom's not around. Well, actually, she is in here, but she's in the group with the cool kids. So I have been told Mind of Monsters I was going live, but she's interested. She hasn't been on a little bit, but we'll see what happens. There we go. There we go. There we go. And my grandkids all day long. All day long. Literally since 11 o'clock this morning till about, well, she's still here. The little guy left earlier. And she's still wired for sound. And I'm like, listen, I haven't been on here all day. I got to go do something in there. So if they're in there watching Beetlejuice right now, it is what it is. It is what it is. What it is. What it is. Come on in. Come on in. We got 56 amazing peeps in here, guys, with 38 likes. Hell yeah. Y'all rock and roll. Appreciate you very much. Oh, hell no. Hope you guys are having a great weekend. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. Taylor with Stitching, Bitching, and more. Hey, y'all. She changed your name. No, she didn't. It's the same. 39 likes. 42 likes, it shows me. We're getting there. Lucky bugger. It was a fun day. I'll tell you what, enough. They did wear me out. They definitely wore me out. CJ Sky in the house. Welcome to all you UKers over the pond or the down unders in Australia there. Thank you for joining us tonight. Appreciate you very much. Oh yeah, Sarah was they were gonna give her an attorney to help her because she's an idiot. Welcome, Dragonfly. She is, and you all know she's a complete idiot. So, of course, you're all the cool kids. Only here. We even got lucky enough to get Bo Popper in here tonight. That don't happen often. That is a special occasion. Brandy would be excited to see him. She's not in here right now, so it is great to see you, sir. I hope you're having a good. I hope you've been having a good year so far, Dan. Appreciate you joining us tonight. Hope everything's going well with you as always. See, I got a new fish, guys. See that yellow and black one there? I just threw him in a little bit ago. Speaking of bitch and suitcase, I gotta show you guys something. Hold on a minute. Lisa Wilson in the house. Hello. Whatever happened to Tap John to see him anymore? I don't see you with Clue anymore. We don't. We had a little bit of a falling out, Lisa, Clue, and I. I have nothing bad to say, but we just disagree about a couple things, and that's all. She does her thing. I do mine. Detective John, I don't know. My understanding is that sadly, and again, I'm not going to say anything bad about that, no matter what he's done to me or tried to do. He lost one of his sons, very sadly, and I heard that he also had a bit of a health problem. So he's probably like taking care of himself and living his life with his family, and I respect that. Oh yeah, Siggy, we're gonna be doing one of them again soon. Caden's driving me nuts about it already. So, but that's the facts on that, Miss Lisa. I want to show you guys something though. Our doodle bug, our special doodle bug. Speaking of bitches and luggage, you guys know that we have the merch store here. Okay, pretty cool stuff we got in here. Doodlebug's going crazy in there. Let me show you guys something though. I couldn't believe that we could actually even do. They've been putting together some stuff in regards to a couple ideas we had that some of these awesome community members here threw at us. And every time you guys do, we try to make t-shirts and stuff on some of your guys' sayings. Speaking of which, thank you, Miss Sherry. There's a link for it, but I'm gonna show you guys some products in here. And some of the newest stuff is it's okay. Now we all know the Sarah Boone case, right? So we started putting together some ideas for t-shirts. Sarah Boone, the crazy loon, you know, because she's a loon. She's nuts. And a loon is a real thing. It's a bird. Most of you guys probably know that. So some of the team members here on the Blue Crew started throwing together some art. We'll just put it that way. Well, the first one of the ones that was come up, well, I'm going to show you guys all these shirts here real quick. These designs are pretty cool, if you ask me. So we got this one here first, okay? I'm going to blow this up just a little bit, maybe. Oh, where'd it go? There it is. So there you go. There's a loon, and it's pink, and with the cuffs and the kappas there. There's one of them. Okay, I think it's cool. There's another one. I think Miss Brandy came up with this one here. No, Miss Sherry came up with this one, I believe. Another bird that's supposed to be a loon with the pink handcuffs, because Sarah's always got them stupid pink handcuffs on every time she's in court. And then I think Molly came up with this one here. This one it kills me. This one kills me, guys. I love this. Okay. It's a loon, a pink loon, and on the t-shirt it says it wasn't intentional. You can't get no better than that, you guys. Come on now. You know you guys want these shirts, by the way. I'm just saying. The team here has put some of this together, and I think these are hilarious. I can't wait till I can get myself one. And then of course there's this one here. I don't remember who put this one together. I think it might have been Miss Sherry. If I'm wrong, correct me. But anyway, it's a loon. It's not a duck. It's a loon sitting on a suitcase. It was Brandy. Brandy did this. I see her name right there in the bottom with the pink handcuffs. Welcome, Miss Nina. Good to see you, dear. So there's that one too. The best and most amazing thing yet. We have luggage. Sarah Loon, let's play a game. Now, this case is horrific, folks. Just understand what she did is beyond horrific, okay? But this woman is absolutely nuts. She's crazy. She deserves everything she gets. So for anybody to make fun of her, okay, I get it. But I didn't even know we could carry luggage, but we do. And you can get it like this. For anybody that would want it. Just saying. And it's got the wheels. It's a locking suitcase. Look. It's got the locking mechanism on it. It's double zippered. It's got the wheels on it. That's good size suitcase there if you want to go on a trip. There's the back side of it. Okay. Good piece of luggage, folks. Just saying. So we do have that now. I thought that was pretty wild. And I want this. I recommended this. Everybody's always having to use these stupid copyright disclaimers for this and that and everything else. Okay. I said, why should we should put that on a t-shirt and then have the little symbol there. I thought that would be cool to wear. Copyright disclaimer under the section of 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. There you go. You can have your own t-shirt that says you're copywritten. And then we have another t-shirt that has that same Sarah Loon on it. I think that one's cool. And you can get all these t-shirts and stuff in different colors, by the way. I like this one as well. Then we have our V-necks that comes in multicolors, guys. These are really nice. I like these. I like this purple one too, by the way. But multiple different styles and colors. Our sweatshirts, these aren't even hoodies. They're just plain old sweatshirts. Again, they come in multiple different colors. You can get peach even, if it'll show it. You want to go fishing and take the True Crime Cafe with you? We got these fishing. I call them fisherman's hats, but Mr. Steve's in the house. For anyone suggests I do a test with Mr. Steve in a suitcase, not happening. Nah, I would not suggest that. That's the one thing. Mrs. Steve is a trooper, but I would not expect that. I would not expect that one. Yes, guys. Roll Tide, 56-0, Alabama, Crimson Tide. They beat West Kentucky. Wow. And we have a brand new coach. What a game. What a game. We got baseball shirts, guys. Thank you, Alicia, guys. Check out Mr. Steve's channel if you have not yet. Sorry that I missed it, Mr. Steve. I had my grandkids in a football game, my friend. I'm sorry. Bobby, old dude. Thank you, sir. Roll Tide. Absolutely. These are the baseball, one of the baseball style shirts. And then we have these ones. I like this one here. Somebody had asked for these, and now we have them. So I did not see what LSU did today. Sorry. I like that style a lot, actually. But the suitcase was the luggage just killed me. I couldn't believe we could actually get luggage. You know what I mean? And of course, you can't not come in here without getting a "Hey, Walt Harris here" t-shirt. We all love Walt. He's even wearing one of my shirts. That's pretty cool. And then, of course, Doodlebug's favorite, unfriendly, don't approach. But we're very friendly in here, actually. And of course, pretend that you like me and hit that like button. Just pretend. That's all you got to do. That's my favorite. One of my favorites. Stupidity is not a defense. I love that one too. And that one does come in. I like the colors this one comes in. I like that green. Oh, okay. LSU plays tomorrow night. AG Southern Cal. That should be a good game. And then all the other stuff I've showed you guys. Look, we even got Scooby-Doo candles, guys. How about that? Because I love Scooby-Doo. And there's our little True Crime Cafe in the background. I love this candle. That's actually pretty cool, dude. And it's apple harvest. It's that time of year, you guys. I'm going to have to get me one of these because I love that smell. Fall smells are the thing for me. All right, Nina, thank you for joining us. CZ's in the house. What's going on, CZ? Let's see. The rest of this stuff, we got pillowcases, we got blankets, we got comforters, we got it all, guys. So I just wanted to show you guys the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. Doodle put this together, and that's the suitcase that we carry with Sarah Loon on it, sitting on a suitcase. This woman's insane. Like I said, I'm telling you guys, I know the case is crazy, and I know it's a horrible, horrible thing what she did to George. She deserves to get made fun of as far as I'm concerned. Just saying. So that's why we put that together. Doodle did a great job. But anyway, That's part of what's going on. If you click on that link Miss Sherry threw out there in the shop, the True Crime Cafe store, see what you like. Grab something. Welcome, Mark and Betty. Good morning to you. Oh, Arctic, that's too much. That would be a little too much, bro. Just a little too much, I think, but it is funny. You guys are awesome. I love it. I love it. You got to have a little bit of a sense of humor when you're in this community, guys. When in the true crime world, you got to have a little bit of a sense of humor because this stuff will make you. It'll make you not have one if you don't. You know what I mean? So I respect that so very much. I think she even put together a shirt for Miss Sarah, put something out there and said, stop minding your business and do the right thing. I really enjoyed that. It's great to see you tonight, CZ. Scooby rules. I love Scooby-Doo. For those of you that haven't been here too long, I have Scooby-Doo stuff all over surrounding me. It's everywhere. Everywhere. I even got the 10,000 volt ghost from the one episode. I have the mystery machine. I have the Scooby gang. I collect toys too, by the way. Lots of them. I got Slimer here. That's not Scooby-Doo, but if you look behind me in the background, sometimes you can see my Ghostbuster stuff back there too. I'm just a big kid, guys. Thank you, Jinx. You owe me a Coke, Sherry. I'm a big kid, literally. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. My grandkids love me because of that. You got to keep a young soul. You know what I mean? You have no idea how many hotel rooms I've checked into with my mannequin and containers. Oh my God. I bet that's interesting, Steve. I bet that's real interesting. Oh, Jesus. I can just imagine that. I can imagine like the cleaning lady. If you step out for breakfast or something, her stepping in and seeing, oh, wow. That's crazy. I can imagine. Please, guys, check out our Doodlebug. She is amazing. There's the link to her channel. She does nothing but put out some great stuff for the missing. Miss Bianca, it's great to see you. It's been a while. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'll bet the looks Mr. and Mrs. Steve must get. I'm telling you guys, when I knew one of the first shows I watched of Mr. Steve's, I turned it on, and he was doing one of his demonstrations, and it was him dragging Mrs. Steve in the woods. And I was just kind of like, that's a good marriage. That's a good marriage. It's solid. That lady has done a lot. She's a trooper for sure. And they're both amazing. It's Saturday Night Live. Please hit that like button. Thank you, Bobby. Hello, everybody. Come on in. Let's see what we got going on here. Let me see. I heard a rumor, though. I will bring this up. Somebody sent me an email earlier today. Not to mention your skeleton collection. I'm telling you. I bet you there's a lot of side eyes that you get, sir. It's all for good reason, though, Steve. You know that. You're one of the best as far that I've ever seen at what you do. So, Delphi, Richard Allen, checkmate. I gotta go check that one out. I didn't get to watch it. Anyway, I got an email from somebody earlier today that mentioned to me. Actually, it was asking me because I don't know, and I couldn't answer because I don't know. But asking me if Seth Rogers, we know that he worked for is it Davidson County? I think he was a jailer for Davidson County. I think he was. I think that's the right county. If I'm wrong, somebody will correct me. I'm sure. That it's believed that he was under investigation for something there. Now, I don't know that. I don't know. I'm asking you guys if you might know. And like I couldn't answer. All I said was, I'm sorry, I don't have any information on that. That's interesting, but I don't know. My apologies. So I don't know. Let's see. Kind of lonely up here tonight. Who would like to jump up here with me tonight? I'm gonna think of some of the regulars. Arctic, my friend, are you interested? Andy. Let's see. I haven't. That's the first time I heard about it too, Arctic. So I didn't know if you guys might know. Walt Harris is in the house. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Walt. 12 gauge in the house. What's happening, brother? Good to see you. Another amazing creator. Puts out some great content, guys. 12 gauge is a great person. Another great person. Oh. Okay. And 12 gauge puts on some good shows. We could drop his link too. All right, Arctic, take your time, brother. Whenever and if ever, I'll just give you the link in the Discord. If you feel like it, jump up here. If you don't worry about it, dude. I absolutely understand. All right. Hold on a minute. And where's she at? Did I finally get Joe in here? I did. I'll be damned. There he is. Cool. All right. That's good. Stormy Sherry, hello and welcome. Good to see you tonight. Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. Nothing but the best for you, sir. I get great people that come in here, great creators that come in here. I'm blessed to know these people. I'll tell you that much. Andy, you have a link in the Discord, hon, if you want to join too. Like I said, guys, we don't have any specific topic tonight. We're just kind of hanging, and whatever we get to, we get to. Whatever we don't, we don't. One thing I do want to check out, though, that was thrown at my attention that I didn't get to see is hold on a minute. Figured I would do it with you guys. Oh Lord, who did they do it with? I've kind of been out of the loop a little bit with a few things. I guess the Gonsalves family did a interview like a new one recently. I'm curious. I'm very curious because I haven't seen it. Yes, thank you, Walt. Alabama hit it hard today, 56-0. Thank you. Roll Tide, roll. Who'd they do it with though? Undead Ramen's in the house. Good to see you, Virginia Wolf. You too. Welcome, brother. Does anybody know? Thank you, 12 gauge. That's what okay. Did you hear about the California woman who went missing from a hospital? Hospital said she checked herself out. And she was found a year later in the hospital's morgue. Is that serious, Arctic, or is that a joke? I can't figure it out because that's crazy either way. It's real? Holy shit. Victoria just said she heard about it. She lives in San Fran. Like she died a year later, or she had been there the whole time. Oh my God, that's crazy. Apparently the whole time. Oh my God. No, I didn't hear about that. That's insane. Welcome, Miss Andy.
Hey, what's up? Sorry, I fell asleep on you guys last night.
Oh, it's okay. I told you I keep a pillow and blanket up here for you and Miss Kimber. Never problems.
Yeah, well, you had to go be a butthead and start playing a video that took place where I live after I fell asleep.
I was like, that's why I was checking on you because I'm thinking she'd really like to see this because I thought that was quite interesting that it was right there by your area, and I'm going, Andy, hello, Andy, nothing. So I put you to bed.
That NyQuil, man, that NyQuil.
I get it. How you feeling today?
I'm feeling better. I took another test and it was negative, so I think it's just a cold.
Not COVID. Listen. Oop, can't say that.
Oh yeah,
I heard there was something going around that was like that hits hard like that, but it's not it.
Oh, it was gnarly. I'm starting to feel a little bit better though.
Oh my goodness gracious, V Slims! I haven't seen you in so long. Welcome, dear, and welcome back to the sauce. We appreciate you. It's awesome to see you. This is such a lovely, lovely lady. She's so sweet. I appreciate you very much, V. Well, I'm glad you're feeling better, Andy. You sound better than you did. For sure.
Yeah, I think it's just a cold, like I said, but it was nasty. I had a pretty bad fever and cough and couldn't breathe and all that fun stuff. So what are we going to be talking about tonight?
Sorry, my granddaughter just ran in here. My apologies. Okay. Yeah, your voice, you sound clearer than you did. You don't sound as miserable.
Yeah, I'm definitely feeling a little bit better.
That sounds like you were exhausted if you fell asleep that fast, CZ. That's crazy. Crazy. I'm glad you're better. I was worried that you did have that thing,
Yeah, it felt like it. It felt like when I started coming down with it the last time. But I think I'm getting better.
Good stuff. Guys, we have 69 people in here with 66 likes. We're almost there. You guys are awesome. What are we saying, Doodle? Boats and hoes. It's the Catalina wine mixer. I know somebody's going to quote. You got to know what I'm quoting here, guys. 70 people with 67 likes. They went down. Okay. I don't understand YouTube. I don't get it. Either way, you guys are amazing. Keep it coming. Hello, Dago. I love you always. Don't be shocked I'm back. Got a little lost in the shuffle, but I'm always here. Wow. You know what? I appreciate that. It's been 2 years. 2+ years V's been around, and I adore her. I absolutely adore her. Thank you so much for being here, V. We appreciate you very much. Yeah, JC, hold on 1 minute, dear. I always enjoy conversations with Miss JC, and we're just having a BS session tonight.
Heck yeah, I love JC.
Yeah, she's so sweet too. JC, check your Discord, hon. It should be there. Have you done the saltwater thing? Walt's asking. Does that help your throat at all?
Oh, gurgling, yeah. Yeah, I do that, and I've also got one of those neti pots, which is absolutely disgusting, but definitely works. It is so gross.
I'll tell you what, when I had COVID, I gargled with peroxide. It really helped a lot. It was weird, but it helped. Just try not to swallow it. That's the problem. I want to do karate in the garage. Alicia, you're a mess. Don't touch my drum set. I know you touched my drum set.
Why are you sweating? I was just watching Cops.
Yeah. That movie is probably one of the funniest movies.
Did we just become best friends?
Yeah, we have plenty of room for. Oh my God, what did he say? My kids do that constantly. We have so much room for was it not crafts? What the hell did he saying after they put the beds together?
I don't remember. It's been such a long time since I've watched it.
I could watch that movie every day, again and again and again. Activities, that's it. We have so much room for activities now. Wait, did we just become best friends?
I still think my favorite line from that, or one of them at least, is the "Why you sweating?" I was watching
I
Cops.
was watching Cops. Or what was it when they came in? When the mother came in, they were sitting on the couch after they had destroyed everything, and they were like, "She's like, you're grounded," or something like that. Or he was like, "What did he say?" Like, "Fuck that," or something like that. This place is a prison. That was so funny. Tomboy's in the house. What's up, Tomba? Good to see you tonight. Peroxide kills germs. That's right. The label says you can use it as mouthwash. I've done that before too. I had a bad tooth one time. I did it. It actually helped a lot. Yeah, don't swallow it. And I dilute mine with water too when I do it. I use warm water. The Blue Crew's in the house. Good to see everybody tonight because everybody knows I could not, should not, nor would not do this without them. Good evening, Miss JCN. How are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
Wonderful. How you been?
Good.
How's
Just
everything? Did you got everything together with the car?
yeah, I got it I went and licensed it yesterday and put the tags on it today.
Awesome.
And just kind of my body needs a break though. I just haven't been doing much cuz working a lot, so
Oh yeah, yes, of course.
to pay for it, you know.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I get it. I get it.
So,
Does it have an alarm system on it?
so I'm kind of ticked off because
Oh no.
the reason I got it is because I thought that it was going to have the Kia Connect system and they say that all Kias 2022 or over have an immobilizer. I need to read my owner's manual because I don't know where my immobilizer is at. And if you have to do it through the app, then I don't have that feature because the trim wasn't embedded with the feature.
Okay.
However,
what is the vehicle again?
it's a 2022 Sportage. And so, but in order to have the feature, it's like $30 a month.
Oh, that sucks.
So I just went out and got an AirTag. So
well, yeah, that's helpful too.
Yeah. I mean, so I have that on my phone. So I know. So, I mean, it's hard to steal a push start because they only go so far without a key, I guess.
Right.
And then also I have it on my phone so they can steal it. And if they happen to steal it, I'm going to know where it's at because because I have my tracker in it. Unless they would find the tracker and throw it out the window, but they're not going to find the tracker.
So it doesn't say where it's at in the manual part here. It says it describes what it does, which we know what that is.
Yeah.
They're basically saying you have to scan the car and to be able to figure it out.
Oh,
that's stupid though.
Yeah.
Let me try this out.
I just went out and I got an AirTag, and that's
just as good.
Yeah.
Maybe better actually in some senses.
I mean, if it saves me $30 a month, that's great.
Sure. And you can put that anywhere in the car and it'll find it regardless. So you're good.
Yep.
Absolutely. You pay for it once and it works forever.
Yep. And I did it all, but and I didn't have to ask anyone for any money tax and license it. I did it all by myself. So
That's awesome.
this is just the worst of it. I just keep telling myself this is the worst of it.
Well, hopefully this is the last time that this situation will happen.
Oh
for you.
yeah. Oh yeah.
And not to mention, you got what year was the other Kia you had?
A 2016.
So you got a new car. You upgraded.
Yeah.
You got,
Yeah.
I always try to look at the bright side of bad things,
It's a major upgrade. Like, it happened a little earlier than I wanted it to. I had 10 payments left, and then I was going to drive it for a year and save money.
What color is
it? It's black.
Awesome.
It's black cherry. If you look really closely, there's little cherry specks.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
But it's got a backup camera. It's got the navigation. It's got heated seats. It doesn't have the cooling seats, but that's okay.
You got air conditioning. That's enough, right?
Oh yeah, that's good. And the air conditioning does work very well. But the thing that sold me on it was the full sunroof.
Is it the moonroof then? It's the whole top of the car?
Yeah.
Those are awesome, aren't they?
Yeah. The only thing that kind of scares me is that if I would roll it.
Okay.
But I've never been in a rollover accident.
Well, I think that, okay, here's the thing. If I remember right, when they started doing those full roofs like that, okay, they use this, I learned this from being in the fire department. They use a type of glass that it'll be like, okay, how can I explain this? Let me see if it'll even show me. Anyway, it's kind of like
Is it like
doesn't
tempered
break.
glass where it's shatterproof?
Yeah, it's tempered.
Like,
that's it.
It'll
Okay.
spider.
It won't.
You'll get the spider web, but it won't actually break
It'll
through all the way.
spider web and crinkle up almost like a piece of foil, but
Like
it won't.
a piece of plastic.
Yeah, it won't shatter on you. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So yeah, they did that on purpose.
It's like safety glass.
Yeah,
Yes.
you see it with the windshields nowadays too, with the newer cars. Like if you see an
Right.
accident, you'll see the firefighters can just grab it and pull it right out.
It actually peels. It actually peels back
peel,
like a sardine can type thing. Yeah.
Okay.
So and they did it on purpose because when they do, thank you, B, it is tempered. That's correct. When they do the testing on these vehicles, that's a big deal because the whole top of the car is glass, and if you were to roll over, you're
like back
good,
in the day with the sunroofs, they were pretty not safe, right?
Yeah.
Like back in the 90s, like, even maybe early 2000s, I'm thinking.
Yes, they were a problem. I will say that much for sure.
I think they've gotten a lot safer now.
Definitely. Green-eyed monster, what's going on? But yeah, it's like 3 or 4 panes, I think, and it's that tempered glass, so it'll literally just kind of like roll up or it'll spider web, but it won't break on you.
Okay, that makes me feel better.
Yes.
Hopefully, I won't be in a rollover, but in case.
Yeah, I think you'll be good.
But yeah, I've never been. I mean, I've hit a deer and stuff, but I've never been. The only accident I've ever really been in was when I was like 7 or 8, maybe. And we lived out in the country, and we lived 8 miles out in the country. We were going to town, and this kid was out. There was a hill and then a slope and then a driveway. And our new Dodge truck hit his truck, spun around. Yeah, we ended up in one ditch. They ended up in the other.
Oinks.
Yeah, we weren't bad though. My sister hit the floor, so she was the safest. My dad and I hit the window, but then the girl in the other vehicle had it the worst because the windshield broke on her.
Gotcha.
But everybody ended up,
right.
Okay.
Gotcha.
With time, I guess. We went to get checked out. I went to school that day. Next thing I know, one person asked me a question about it at school, and next thing I know, I turn around and 50 people are surrounding me, and I'm like, all these high school kids, and I'm like 10. or
Yeah.
I'm like 8, and I'm like trying to explain to these high school kids and talking to them all, and I'm just like, oh my god, like they're all listening to me right now. But yeah, we were okay. But other than that, that's like the only accident I've ever really been in.
I've had a couple. One when I was little, I got my leg stuck underneath the passenger seat from the back seat. That was pretty painful.
Oh god.
And I had one where I was pulling up to a red light, and I had a Camaro at the time, and I had those kind of like racing mats on the floorboard, and okay, and they would bunch up at times, and it got bunched up because they were thicker and they had those grooves in them.
Oh.
It bunched up behind my brake pedal, so I went to push the brake pedal down,
And it didn't break.
So there was a 19. I almost cried when this happened too. I think it was a 1960 Indian motorcycle, beautiful turquoise and white.
Oh.
I bumped the back tire and it fell over. And the guy fell over, and I'm like, oh no! I was more worried about the motorcycle than him or me.
Right.
He was fine, but the motorcycle, the mirror broke on it and it scratched part of the fender, and I was just like, oh my god! I was flipping out, and we called the police to make the report and all this, and they showed up and they're looking at me like, did you really do that? Because I knew a lot of them from working in EMS and stuff.
Yeah.
And they were like, Joe, are you serious? Like, they were all pissed at me because of this motorcycle, because this beautiful motorcycle. The guy was like, all right, guys, I got insurance. He's got insurance. We're covered. This thing's got, he had a huge insurance policy on it, this and that. And I felt so bad, but I was so pissed off. I got rid of those floor mats after that. Never used them again. And I got broadsided twice, I think.
Oh god.
But nothing ever bad, horrible, thank God. I've seen a lot of accidents, unfortunately.
Well, like right before, like, like I was kind of looking at wanting to get a new vehicle. And sometimes I was just like, I wish somebody would just like T-bone me while I'm parked, or, something.
Well, yeah.
But now it's like,
not now. No.
No. Now that it actually happened, like that didn't happen, but my car got stolen, totaled, and I'm like, no, that's not always the
right. No,
the bright side of the moon.
Gotcha.
I would have rather have had it being able to be fixed.
Absolutely.
Than this, but it's fine. Bright side, I got a new car.
Amen.
I've only been in one accident, but man, that guy was something. It was when I was going to school up in New Hampshire, and I was just driving back from the store with a couple of friends, and this guy comes out. He had been sitting at a stop sign and decided he was sick of waiting, and just pulled out, and he was in like a big like van, and he went up over the hood of my car. So that was fun. And so I was only 18, and I'm like, this is my first accident, and I'm away from home. I didn't know what to do. And I pulled over, and I'm like, okay, can I get your insurance and all that? And this dude starts yelling at me and my friends. And he was like, it's your fault. I'm not giving you any information, all this stuff. So one of my friends was like, I'm calling the cops. And the dispatcher could hear him screaming, and this guy was like balling up his fist, like ready to take a swing at me.
Oh my god.
Turns out he was driving a work vehicle and talking on his cell phone, which was illegal in the state of New Hampshire. So yeah, the police it was like less than a block away, just around the corner. The cop gets there, the guy starts yelling at the cop. And I'll never forget this. He says, well, there's no light there. What am I supposed to do? Wait until there's no more traffic? And the cop was like, yeah, dude, that's kind of how it works. And yeah, so that was fun.
Oh my gosh. You're muted, Dago.
Pretty sure he got fired.
Wow. Good to see you, Joe Schmo. Yeah,
Hey,
some
Joe.
people are
Smell is in the house.
some
Yeah,
people
I
are
just,
just
this
ignorant.
grown ass man driving his, work vehicle, talking on the phone, and then gets out and starts threatening a bunch of 18-year-old girls.
That's crazy.
Like, dude,
You don't know how many accidents that I've responded to that were caused from cell phones. I'm not lying.
Yeah.
Most
They
of
are. Cell phones are such a double-edged sword.
yeah.
Like, you need them in an emergency, but they also cause emergencies.
Yeah, and I listen. Hey, Molly, good to see you tonight, hon. It's a pain in the ass to have to pull over to use your cell phone. I know it, guys. But if you have the ability to plug your phone into like your radio or something, if they have those adapters and stuff. That's what I've always recommended do it because you can do that. Put it on the seat. The phone rings. You answer it. You're still driving. You're good. You don't have to. All this. The thing that gets me is people that text while they're driving. That's stupid.
Oh, that drives me insane. I see it all the time too.
You know what's funny is I pulled up at street lights and looked over at police officers doing it while they're driving, and it's like, come on, bro, what are you doing?
Oh man.
My thing is, I'll be like on the highway and somebody is, erratic and all over the place, and we're like, geez, and then we go and finally there's enough room to go and pass them, and of course they're always on their damn phone texting while driving 80 miles an hour down the damn highway, because that's a bright idea.
Yeah, well, and like I said, Virginia's right. A lot of people use their phones for directions, like Google Maps, or whatever.
Yeah, but they have like a mount that you can put it on,
that's it.
So it's on your dash.
You put that there. You let her talk to you. You do your thing. You know what I mean? Yes.
Yeah.
Agreed. I
just couldn't get over this guy yelling at the cop.
That's crazy.
And to just flat out say to him,
what was I supposed to do?
There's so much traffic. What am I supposed to do? Wait till there's no more traffic?
Was it a four-way stop?
No, he was on like a side street that came out into like the main drag where all the stores and shops and everything were. So I was like on this main drag in the flow of traffic, and he was on this like little side street and just decided he was sick of waiting.
Oh my God.
That's something else. There's a lot of people out there that don't have patience, and you shouldn't be driving if you're an impatient person. I'm sorry.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, my dad's a driver's ed teacher, so.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Well, I never had him for driver's ed because he taught at a different school, but I think just like from knowing things from a very young age, and I still don't wear my seatbelt correctly because I'm just the right height where it like
cuts you off here.
It does. Yep. So I do wear my seatbelt wrong, but I am like when I first started driving, like my mom was almost like scared because she thought I was almost too cautious. But she didn't want me to think that I could be too cautious.
Sure.
But her friends told me. And I'm like,
gotcha.
But I'm a very good driver though, so I think it just kind of comes naturally. I don't know.
I tell you what, it can go two different ways. Well, I took defensive driving courses when I went through fire training and EMS training and all that.
Yeah.
Ambulance, defensive driving with the ambulance, back in the fire engine, down the 40-foot blind alley, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I think from what I saw doing those courses, we had to re-up that every so many years, and for seeing those, I think Joe in here, he was a firefighter as well. He probably knows what I'm talking about. They basically teach you how to be a reckless driver, but to do it in a safe way.
Yeah.
It sounds dumb, but it's true. At least we did that here.
Yeah. My dad and my grandpa were on the fire department too.
Okay, so then they had us driving through the cones. They had us avoiding vehicles that they had parked. All sorts of things, but how to do it.
They were on a volunteer fire department, but still
same thing. That's how I started. Same thing. There's nothing different about it, guys. You're except I think they're braver because they're volunteering their time without a paycheck to go do it.
Yeah.
That says a lot about a person. But yeah, it's an interesting course. And here in Ohio, you're only supposed to go emergency vehicles, police, ambulance, fire trucks, whatever. What's up, K-Dips? You're only supposed to go 15 miles over the speed limit for an emergency drive. to when you're responding. Okay, emergency response.
Yeah.
WB's in the house. Good to see you. And I'm telling you now, I was guilty of going way over that.
Way
depending
over.
on what they call, if we had a code 5, which is well, I worked for a private ambulance company too. That was a different code and stuff.
So didn't my friend Jonathan that
okay.
He's not with our company anymore, but he just left us, but he's worked for volunteer or private companies.
Right. So I worked for one private company, and the rest of it I was what the hell was I saying? They're making noise. Sorry. But I worked for the fire department, and then I worked for a private company called MedStar. We called them, and then or Dead Star we called them, but it was called MedStar. Sorry. But when I worked for them, a code 5 is a full cardiac arrest.
Yeah.
15 miles over the speed limit, especially if you're going across town.
No,
you don't do that. It's just part of the
you go
thing.
as fast as you possibly can.
Yeah, and here's the thing.
Cardiac arrest.
I'm gonna say people don't get it. When you're going down the middle of a road and everybody's pulling in front of you instead of going to the right or the left,
it's not helping.
I've never understood it. I've never understood it. I had to respond from the fire department to an accident involving a private ambulance because of that situation, and the ambulance rolled.
Oh my God!
Thank God there was nobody.
The ambulance got into an accident.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because they were trying to make a turn. They were going a decent rate of speed, and a car just T-boned them on the side. It tried to make the light or something, and it's like, what are you doing?
Yep. You also need to be aware of, like, at any time that you come to a stop sign or an intersection or a light or anything, you always should be aware of, like, the sounds and the sirens and the
that's the whole thing. Yeah. Daniel from Drunk Turkey covered a case one time about 8 months ago, I'll say, and it pissed me off to no end. It was about a police officer that hit and killed a pedestrian.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And he was responding to an EMS call because he was also an EMT. Okay. Mm-hmm. We have a lot of that here too, where police officers will get their EMS license or whatever.
Yeah.
Hey, Laura, welcome. And he was going through town. This was in New York. He was going through town. He was going, I think they had said that they believed when it was clocked about 75 miles an hour. Okay.
Yeah.
This lady was crossing the road. He had his lights going, but he did not have the siren or the taser or any of that going, and was blasting down the road and going through intersections. And I don't know if she had headphones on or what she was doing, or maybe looking at her phone or something that she didn't see his lights. But some people don't always see the lights. I hear the sounds when I'm listening, or when that's approaching. I hear the sounds.
Yeah.
Sound. He never denied that. Okay. He hit her, but he said he was only going 35 miles an hour when he hit her. When they got to her from the point of impact to where she landed was 70 yards. 70 yards. She was launched 70 yards.
That's almost a football field.
100%. That's the way Daniel explained it. And I was like, Jesus Christ, 70 yards at 35 miles an hour. You're full of shit. I'm sorry. And so immediately, because New York's police they're union, the union rep responded to the scene, and the guy is going on and on and on. Other people heard the officer, I fucked up. He's freaking out. He's doing this. He's doing that. The union rep shows up, tells him to calm down, making it no big deal. And so he gets in the car. They tell him that he has to go do these certain things he has to do because of him being a law enforcement officer. He has to take these tests and do paperwork, all this stuff. He gets in the car. He leaves. He's got his body cam on. Never turned it off, right? If I'm messing up pieces of this, it's been a while, so I apologize. But I'll try to fix it and make it sure it's right what I'm telling you. But anyway, I think what happened was the same guy called into his car, and he's talking to him on the phone, and you hear the guy on speaker. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, it pissed me off so bad. This guy made some really, really lewd comments about cut her family a check. She'll be all right. They'll be all right. And it was not for a very big amount. It was really ignorant the way he said it. It was probably her fault. Just a whole bunch of negative type stuff that was derogatory. And I was like, what?
Yeah.
You know, and I couldn't. Okay, see, yeah, Sherry says she remembers it. I can't remember the exact details, guys, but I was blown away. The guy was saying he was wrong. He knew what he did wrong. And he was really upset about what he did. And here we come with the other officer that's a rep saying, oh, no, it's probably her fault. Cut her a check for 10 grand or something stupid like that. They'll be all right. Blah, 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 so on and so forth. And I was just thinking to myself, what a piece of shit. You know what I mean?
How badly was she injured?
Killed. She was killed.
Oh, my.
So that was my problem. Like, so you put a price on human life. $10,000 is good for human life. You know what I'm saying? Like, what a sick piece of shit.
That's just insulting.
That's beyond insulting.
Yeah, to be like, whatever, here's 10 grand. Like, are you kidding me?
I can't remember the name of it. I know Daniel was pissed too. And it was just disgusting to me. And it's like, these people, he didn't realize that the other officer had his body cam on either when he was saying those things. But still, the fact that you think that way is what my problem is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Unbelievable though. And that's
you have to be, I mean, even though you're doing, not technically lawful things, like you're allowed to break the law for that, but you need to do it safely.
There's ways to do it safely. I've done it. I'm sure Joe's done it. I'm sure other people have done it. If you can do it. Yeah,
thousands of people have done it.
The thing is you're supposed to, if you're running the lights, you're supposed to run sirens.
Mm-hmm.
At the very least at intersections, you're supposed to pre-warn. I think it's 50 or 75 feet before the intersection. You're supposed to start hitting your taser to let people know you're coming. And then as you're coming through it, you're supposed to do it, I think, for another 25 or 30 feet here in Ohio, at least. I think that's how
trains have rules too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Train definitely. Tracks. I know that.
Definitely. So, I mean, that was so irritating to hear about that.
Yeah.
Is this the interview right here that they did? Because this is the only thing I found with Brian, and I guess this would be it. That I have not seen or heard the Gonsalves interview yet that came out. People were telling me it was going to blow my mind, and I'm like, oh, okay. So I figured we could check this out together since I haven't seen it yet or heard it.
Yes.
Oh, yes. They do that here, too. They turn their lights and sirens on because they're trying to get to lunch. They turn it on just to get through the intersection. They abuse it. It happens. But that's kind of innocent stuff. You know what I mean? I'm not going to make a big deal about that. But to do what that other guy did is just, you took somebody's life with that. That's bullshit. Yeah. So, he said something like, that's it right there. Thank you, True Seeker. He said she's a nobody, just got a $35,000 check and it'll be okay. Thank you. How do you put a price tag on somebody's life? You know what I'm saying?
That's awful.
That's what pissed me off. Yeah, they're interesting, Molly. I'll say that much. Thank you, True Seeker. That's exactly what it was, though. It was disgusting to me. So, and I'm pretty sure he lost his job, and I think the other guy may have too. The one that was saying this stuff did get terminated, but I think the one that killed the woman, I don't know if he did or if he didn't. I can't remember, but it was something in those. He might have been suspended or something like that. I don't remember.
Yeah.
Either way, just disgusting. Let me see if this is the interview, guys. We'll check this out and see what it says real quick. I was interested to see what the big deal was. We'll see.
You've been in court today, too, listening to the defense's arguments. Do you think they could find a fair jury here?
We know they can, and we've actually asked and done interviews ourselves, and they have to find 12 people plus some people on the side, some substitutes. But yeah, they can find 12 people that have made their mind up.
That's not that hard.
Would you prefer the trial to stay here or to go to a place like Boise?
Of course, we'd rather it stay in Latah. just out of convenience sake and out of the fact that this is where it happened, this is where it deserves to be tried.
You're talking another 12 hours of travel. We wouldn't be able to go home at the same day. Now you're staying overnight. And like you said, this is the community that was, this person, they victimized them, and the justice deserves to be felt local, and they have a hand in it.
You know this area well. You've been in court today too, listening.
So I don't know if that's the whole interview. That's all I could find right now. I'm going to look for the rest of it. But so the Gonsalves, they would definitely want the trial to stay in Latah, I get that whole thing. I even agreed with that. For them to have to drive an extra 12 hours, that shouldn't have to be. They've been through enough.
Is that how far Moscow is from Boise?
I think it is, based on what he was saying, yeah.
Holy mackerel. Okay, that's a bit of a difference.
It is. I mean, how big is Idaho? Is it that big? Jesus. It takes me 12 hours to go from Ohio to Alabama. That's a long drive.
Well, Nebraska from east to west it can probably be about 10 hours. I do know that. Nebraska's a very it's not a long state, but it's a wide state.
Right. I get it. I don't see it.
I don't know isn't Idaho's the state with the long stick, the panhandle, right? It's got a
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I guess it can go. I guess if Moscow's up there and Boise's down low,
top to bottom, yeah,
it could be. But it's not a very wide state, is it?
That I don't know. Molly's in here. She lives in Idaho. So, okay, she says it's like 5 or 6 hour drive. So maybe they were just exaggerating a bit, but still, I get it. Oh, well, God. 11:22, guys. Hold on.
Well, JC, it's our show now. What do you want to do? We're taking over.
Well, I'm just saying, if it's 5 or 6 hours difference one way, then yeah, it would be.
That would be 12 hours.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know. I still say the whole change of venue thing. It's such a high-profile case that no matter where they go, there's going to be somebody on the jury who already has their mind made up.
And that's what I'm wondering. Yeah, I'm wondering how they believe that. I'd like to know what they think. And, no disrespect intended, but I just wonder what makes them think that they could find 16 people that are whatever.
In Latah County, I don't know if I agree with that, but
I don't.
I mean, I'm in Massachusetts, and when it happened, I wasn't even on YouTube. I had nothing to do with, the true crime and everything, but everyone I knew, we were sitting in front of our TVs glued to the news, watching everything go down, watching everything being reported as the information was coming in. So even just people who were watching CNN then are going to know about it. So
yeah, I agree.
It's not even just social media. It was all over everything.
Yeah.
Okay. Say something, Andy.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I turned your microphone up a little bit. Okay.
Oh, sorry. I don't know what I did with my good earbuds. So I've got my crappy ones.
No, you're good.
But also, I mean, I understand not everybody's like us, and not everybody could go in with an open mind.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying, though, is that wherever they go, there's going to be somebody who already has their mind made up. It doesn't matter where they go.
Where you going, Siggy? Have a good night, hon. Thank you for jumping in here. Appreciate you. We're about to get into a decent conversation. I'm sorry. Either way, I hope you have a wonderful night, Siggy. I know it's getting late, and I hope to see you tomorrow.
Good night, Siggy.
Yeah, you guys could all set your clocks to the 11:22 thing. Laura says there's no way they will find 12 people in Latah who are not biased about. I agree with you, Laura. I just don't see it happening. I don't think it's possible. Truly, I don't. So just saying, that's my opinion, of course. But now I agreed. I think it would work out well if they could bring, if that way everybody would get both sides would get what they want. If they were to bring a jury in from Boise, sorry, tomboy, and then the justice will come to Latah, and then they will still bring people in that are unbiased, in my opinion. Musical contestants in the house. Hello, buonasera. Agree. I am not sure they can find it. It's going to be hard. It's going to be a task. I'll say that much. If they do, I will be floored. And I have a feeling, truly, that there may be some disqualifications. I just feel like there will be. That's my opinion, though. Yeah, I saw that, WB. That was actually stated where they might burn the courthouse down. It's crazy. There's the whole world knows about this case, guys, and I'm talking about people in different countries: South Africa, Australia, Germany, Thailand. It's everywhere. So imagining in just one state, the state that it happened in, it's going to be difficult. That's just my opinion. Sounds good, Siggy. Thank you for joining us tonight, hun. Welcome back, JC.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, sorry. I couldn't.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I think I got froze or something. I don't know. But like I was saying, I think as big as our community is, we're still very small and not everybody's like us.
Well, Terry, you're right. Terry says I can name right now 10 people I brought this crime up and they have no idea what crime I'm talking about.
Oh.
Do they live in Latah County in Idaho though, Terry? That's the problem. You see what I'm saying?
There's so many. It is so mind-boggling how many people don't know about this stuff.
It's crazy. It's hard to believe.
Also, you need to consider that there's so many people. Most of the people are not on social media following the cases like we are. Those people just watch the mainstream news. And as far as they know, Brian Koberger did it. He was arrested. That's the guy. So all we have to do is say he's guilty.
Yeah, mainstream
as far as those people. Yeah. So if somebody's only watching Fox or CNN or whatever, all they're going to see is these kids were brutally murdered. They couldn't find the person. And then, we found him. There's DNA. He's arrested, open and shut. They think that's it. They don't understand all this extra stuff to it.
Right. Hey, Cap, good to see you. We're just talking about different things, Cap. We're not on a specific topic. We were just talking about the jury selection for Idaho court case and how difficult it's going to be. That's all. I am going to show you guys this real quick, though, before I forget. There's a couple little updates in the Mom Dug a Copplebot case. Copplebot, sorry.
Yes.
Well, I think they have to keep it within the state per regulations. Terry, if they were to bring a jury in, I don't think they can go out of the state to do it. I might be wrong. I don't know, Sherry, you worked in the court system. Can you leave the state to do jury selection, or does it have to stay within the state that the crime was committed in? Never heard of Idaho before. Whatever, Cap. You know exactly what we're talking about. Bonnie Bailey's in the house. Good to see you, Miss Bonnie. Thank you for joining us. That's what I thought. It has to be within the state. So, we're talking about the people who live in that area, not all over the country, right? There are farmers that don't keep up with the chaos. Yeah, of course. There's a lot of people that don't. It's going to be interesting. Wow, look at that dude's face, the way I froze that.
But also, Dago.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think that Anne is kind of doing her job and dragging it out?
I actually made that a poll the other day, and a lot of people think she is. And I do. I think in a sense, maybe.
But I think that's also her job because
of course.
I think she knows. She either knows or she knows she has it in the bag, one or the two.
Mm-hmm.
If she knows she has it in the bag, I would definitely want to get it over with, though.
And that's going to be something else too. Is a lot of people are gonna want the case to be over with. So that's something else to contend with. I'm sorry. Like, okay, let's get this over. Hurry up. Okay, yeah, whatever.
I want it to be over too, but I also you're right.
You know, it needs to be done right, 100% right. That's why I said it has to go to trial. It really does. It has to go to trial so that both sides of everything can be shown and it's fair to both sides.
Well, I need everything laid out so I can make my own decision.
That's exactly what I mean, you know, and that's the other side of it is it has to be fair for the families as well, you know.
Well, and we have to take what is laid out in court and not everything else. You know what I mean?
That's it. That's what's going to be hard with this, I think, you know.
Yeah.
A lot of
it's going to be very difficult to find people who can kind of, I guess the best way to put it is like wipe the slate clean and go in, you know, just try to push everything that you think you know about the case out of your mind and go in fresh. And a lot of people can't do that.
It'd be nice if they could get them stupid little Men in Black flashy thingies.
Yes, the flashy thingy.
You know,
thingy them.
That's what I would like to do is go in fresh and just.
It would be great.
See what each side presents, and
that's it.
Figure it out.
Absolutely, right. That's the way it should be. But we all know, not just with this case, it's within any case, guys, that there's always going to be the propaganda that's put out about people that are the suspects, and it's just part of what it is. And you just have to hope and pray that there's honest people that are willing to put their feelings aside. Towards certain scenarios and that they'll do the right thing. That's all we can hope for, truly. That's it, you know, and not, you know, with any case, you know, hopefully that happens in Delphi as well, you know.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes the jury gets it right, and sometimes I think they miss the mark.
I think that's happened a lot too. It does happen. It's very scary in some senses, you know.
Well, it's even more complicated and difficult in a death penalty case because you have some people who would be more willing to convict if that wasn't on the table.
Sure, because they don't.
Because you're You're going to have a lot of people who are like, I'm not sure enough that I want to sentence this man to death.
Well, I mean, and you got to think about
they're just against the death penalty period, so they might not. You know,
there's people that they're against the death penalty. There's people that. They're part of a decision that's taking somebody else's life. People take that seriously, you know, and they don't.
As they should. They should take it seriously.
The rest of their life, of course.
But,
yes.
But also, this case is different because couldn't he face the squad?
The firing squad. I haven't heard any more about that, but that has been talked about because of the what's been going on within the death penalty. The issues.
I mean, I also can I just suggest something? So I think that like an eye for an eye, like these like people,
I agree.
People got, you know, like can I say STABBED?
Yeah. Yeah. So go ahead.
There should also be a STAB squad.
Listen. Maybe. I said a long time ago, because way back in the day, it used to be kind of, you do this crime, well, you get this crime done to you. I've always thought that in some senses they should do that kind of thing. And that maybe that would deter criminals from doing some of the things they're doing, but they don't do that. And I agree. But can you imagine how that would be, though, JC?
That would be awful. The STAB squad would be awful.
It would be horrible. I agree. So,
like OJ?
Yeah.
I mean,
that's right. It would be horrific.
Like STA being somebody is just like, it's gruesome. Oh,
honey, you can say stab. Don't worry about it.
It's a late show. You can say stab, kill, murder, whatever.
It's just gruesome. Like
it would be. Yes.
Grotesque, I guess is. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. You know, in some senses, I think that they should bring back. I said this before, how they used to do public hangings. I think that was a hell of a deterrent for criminals because you watched somebody's life go out of them right in front of your face, and the whole community watches it happen. And I think it may have deterred criminals in some ways.
My only thing is, if you're going to punish somebody by doing to them what they did, who's going to have to do that? You're gonna have to find. I mean, it's a lot easier to push a syringe or flip a switch than it is to stab somebody.
Yeah,
and what kind of person is that? You know,
right? Right. Are you going to like go out and find a serial killer or something and say, hey, stop what you're doing out there. We'll make a deal with you. Come work at the prison and take care of these dudes for us. Like, come on.
Right.
I'm just trying. Yeah. You got to consider who's doing
But didn't
that.
they get rid of the chair because they thought it was inhumane or something like that?
There's places that are bringing it back. There's some states did away with it. Some states have never done away with it. They've always had it. So yeah, it depends. There's some that they do gas. There's some where they do lethal injection.
Yeah.
That case I told you about,
stuff.
JC, the case I told you about, that friend of mine that was murdered.
Raymond's.
The guy's been on death row for 30 some years. They're talking about possibly bringing the firing squad in for him.
Really?
Whenever that happens, as we all know.
Supposed to be in 2026, right?
Supposedly, but I don't know if you read up on any of it, but
yeah,
I showed them like there's so much of it that it's been this long now. I'll be surprised if it happens. That's all I'm saying.
When it's supposed to, as of now.
Yeah, right. It should have happened 35 years ago or plus. You guys, just saying.
Well, that's my question. Is like if we're gonna put these people on the row, then why?
Why wait? Why give them that? Yeah, I agree with that. I do agree with that.
I think they have to make sure that there's no wrongful conviction, though. Like,
well, yeah, and I agree with you. Yes, that's definitely part of it.
And he has a right, and they have a right to appeals.
Yes, but there's people that's what I'm saying is there's people that take advantage of and abuse the legal system in that sense, just like Danny Lee Hill did. So
yeah.
That's a problem for me. Mom, I gave you a link if you're interested, hon. If not, I understand. But yeah, I think that's a problem. And we're paying for 30 some odd years. The taxpayers pay for this guy to live, have 3 meals a day, have a roof over his head, the best medical care you can get in the state. That's bullshit to me. I'm sorry, but it is.
Yeah.
Absolute bullshit. It makes me nuts. So.
It makes me nuts that we take such great care of criminals, yet we've got how many homeless veterans on the streets right now?
Thank you.
That's insane.
Sounds good, Mom. No problem. Let me show you guys the update real quick on Mamta's case. This is one of them, I believe.
A closer look tonight at the evidence against the husband of Mamta Koffel.
That's right. Fox 5's Lily Zhang is in Manassas Park going through some new court documents. Lily?
Community members and friends of Mamta have pledged to continue fighting for justice, being heavily involved in the court process, in court at times, having to hear evidence that they say is unsettling. Today, photo evidence taken from the couple's home were made publicly available. The 3 photos show what appears to be bloodstains. In court this week, Bott's attorney argued that the pooling of blood allegedly found upstairs were not an accurate description of what has been found. But prosecutors say crime scene investigators have used tools that track blood not visible to the naked eye, showing an entire shower floor had evidence of it. Bott's case now heads to the grand jury. This was after he waived his right to a preliminary hearing. A filed letter obtained by Fox 5 today says that grand jury hearing will be on October 8th at 10 a.m. Tonight, friends and supporters of Mamta were at the Manassas Park Police Department as a show of solidarity in their fight for justice.
I'm here for Mamta, her family, and for any domestic violence victims out there right now, to get them to speak up, speak about what do they need? How can we get you to safety? We cannot have another Mamta.
We also learned this week that Mamta's mother and her brother are now in the U.S. We are told they are caring for her little girl. She just turned 1 recently, though out of respect for their privacy, her friends did not reveal exactly where her mother and brother are currently at. Guys?
Manassas Park man suspected of having killed his wife was back in court today. Naresh Bott is charged with concealing a body after his wife Mamta disappeared nearly a month ago now.
Bott waived his right to a preliminary hearing. Had he not, prosecutors would have had to show probable cause he committed a felony. This case now heads to the Prince William County Circuit Grand Jury.
And several search warrants have been executed at the bot's home, but Mamta's body has not been found.
Prosecutors, though, are apparently convinced Naresh Bhatt did kill his wife, but he still only faces that single charge of concealing a body. Legal experts, though, say he could still be convicted for his wife's murder, even missing that key piece of evidence.
And I think that's what his attorney's doing, is they're trying to hurry up and get this over with him only being charged with concealing the body. So we'll see what happens with this. I'm glad he just said that they believe that he can still be charged with the murder itself and not just that stupid charge. He needs to be.
That would be a totally separate charge, so it wouldn't be double jeopardy. It would,
right.
Yeah.
They need to make an example out of him, I believe, because this is bullshit. That man was packed up, passports and everything ready to go, sold his car, was trying to quick sell his house. He was leaving, guys. He was going to be gone.
And he allegedly told people that the blood was because she would get nosebleeds.
Yeah, that's
why her blood was there.
Bullshit. Sorry.
But when they sprayed it with luminol, I think it lit up all over.
Oh, yeah.
Place, yeah, the whole bathroom floor lit up.
The bedroom and the bathroom.
Yeah.
Right.
And he had apparently tried to move the bed, too, to cover up where a lot of the pooling was in the bedroom. Yep. So there's a lot
and
of blood.
And something was put in front of the closet. And then when they were able to open the closet, something was, I don't know. Something was found, like one of the sheets or something was found in the closet.
I think that is what. Yeah, I think you're right. Either way, this guy's trash, and he needs to be. They need to make an example out of him. Welcome, Mom. How are you tonight?
And the sad thing is that she was a registered nurse,
a pediatric nurse.
Yeah, working with babies in the NICU.
Yeah,
I think it was and then had her own baby. She missed her baby's first birthday.
Yep.
Can you hear me, Mom?
Yeah. Hey.
How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
I am doing good. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Yep.
Hope you're having a good weekend. Oh, always.
I slept till 3 o'clock. Yep.
Zoinks.
Oh my gosh.
You feeling okay?
Yeah, I've just had a lot going on, so
gotcha.
I've got a phone call at 6 o'clock this morning. Tater's car had broke down, and it was 2 hours past the time he should have been home for work, and then I laid back down and then got woke back up a couple hours later, and it was an all-day event till about noon, and then I finally laid back down at noon and woke up at 3.
Gotcha.
Oh wow.
Is everything okay now?
The car it's gonna have to have some mechanic work done on it.
Okay.
And I'm here because if I was there, we wouldn't be going through this to start with, because it's been messing up for about a week.
Gotcha.
I would have just fixed the damn thing.
Right.
But I'm 13 hours away. I can't just drive over there and fix it real quick.
There's just another reason for you thinking about moving back home.
Yeah, it's just if I could, one way or the other, either get both of them down here,
or get there.
I'm just relocate there. One of the two.
I get it. It's hard to be that far away from your kids. That's the one thing I think that has kind of held us in Ohio this long, and not kept us from moving to Alabama, is because all of our kids are here. So, and they've all said they want to move down there too, but for that to happen,
they don't have to get jobs down there.
Which is not hard, because there's a lot of work down there. But the problem is that they're better
the families.
Yeah, and there's other family members involved for the other sides, and it's just one of them things.
Yeah.
Just saying. So.
Well, I'm like 13 or 14 hours away from my closest family.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's to the point where I haven't been to my dad's house, and it'll be 11 years in November.
Wow. Yeah. See, and that's another thing, is my mom and dad are in their 70s now. They're getting up there in age, and they're not going nowhere. So for me to be 12 hours away
from
them, it makes me a bit nervous, just a little bit, because that's a drive or a flight that I wouldn't want to have to make in an emergency situation. That's all.
Well, because like when I moved to Omaha, I moved 8 hours away from my grandparents, and my dad is another. My dad and grandma are another 5 hours from there.
Sure.
And so up until now, my dad and I have always just met at my grandpa's house.
Gotcha.
8 hours for me, 5 hours for him. That's fine.
Right.
But I still only went home once a year. And,
makes sense.
Now that grandpa's gone, I still go home once a year, but I go home I don't go home. I go to my cousin's, which is like an hour away from my grandpa's.
Right. No,
but
absolutely.
To make it clear up to Wyoming would be an extra like 5 hours. And I don't know.
Gotcha. Have a great night, WB. Thank you for joining us tonight. I hope you have a great rest of your night. Hope to see you again soon. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. So, you guys know, I think it's September 3rd is the next hearing. Let me double check. No. Look at my calendar.
For Sarah?
Yeah, that's her next hearing.
Oh, my Lanta.
Yeah.
Is it true she has a lawyer now?
I'm about to share that with you guys here via Court TV real quick. Interesting enough as it is.
Are you going to be live streaming that so we can all sit and chat and make snide comments the entire time?
I will definitely be going live with that for sure. I followed that from the beginning, and I'm not going to stop till it's over because it reminds me of I think it's going to be a Daryl Brooks 2.0 scenario. I really do. If not worse, to be honest with you.
Make sure you got your snacks, everybody.
That's what some others were saying. And I never got in on the Daryl Brooks situation.
Oh, God. I'll have to show you a clip.
Mess, though.
Yeah, I'll show you a clip one of these times, maybe even tonight, just to how he acted about everything. He was just, everything that was spoken about, it was ridiculous. He was ignorant to a lot of things, and he was constantly grounds, objection. And the judge would just sit there and look at him and go.
He was just like thinking he was smarter than everybody else.
Yeah.
Just
he's
like she is.
Complete idiot. Yeah. She does it in a different way than him, but they're both
arrogant,
in my opinion, just completely ridiculous. Thank you, SRB. So let's check this out here real quick. See what they had to say.
Sarah Boone is
wait a minute.
Stupidity is not a defense. Just a reminder.
Nope.
Welcome back.
Definitely not.
Sarah Boone. She, of course, is the defendant in the suitcase murder trial. She's supposed to be back in court next week for a motion hearing before her trial, which was set for about 30 days from just over 30 days from now. She's supposed to be going to trial. You remember, she's ripped through several attorneys. 8 attorneys have withdrawn from her case. So she was forced to represent herself. So the last few times she's been in court, she has been arguing her own motions, handwritten motions from jail, and she's been working through the system as best she can. Well, today, things have changed. It appears as though she has hooked another attorney. A motion for a continuance was filed in Florida for Sarah Boone, and on behalf of Sarah Boone, saying that defense counsel has been retained, and this person has met with the defendant 4 times at the Orange County Jail, and during these meetings, the defendant has disclosed potential exculpatory evidence. They're setting the table for this to get kicked down the, kick the can down the old street here a little bit longer and continue this case once again. So is she going to actually stand trial a little over a month from now? We'll have to wait and see. If indeed she has retained counsel, one would think a continuance would be necessary. Michael Jaffer is with us. Michael, the judge has had enough of this, and she put out this plea. I need an attorney. You want to be famous, you'll be on court TV. She even made a flyer, and it appears as if someone has answered the call and has met with her and has filed this motion for a continuance. If indeed another attorney shows up and says, I am representing Sarah Boone, the judge is going to have to push this, correct?
Yeah, I mean, look at Court TV, being so powerful that even attorneys are taking cases that they maybe otherwise would have rejected, right? Very proud of Court TV, but yeah, the judge is going to have to she's going to have to give her way on this. It has all the upsides and none of the downsides. And here's why. It's not like Sarah Boone is sitting on an island sipping Mai Tais, awaiting her trial and just trying to push and delay the ball so she can continue her vacation. She's in custody, right? So it's not like there's any difference. She's either guilty or she's not. If she's guilty, she's already basically serving a sentence of a person who's guilty of this, right? Giving her an attorney, especially when an attorney has showed up for four times and is filing motions, it has all the upsides for the judge. Judge doesn't want to have Sarah Boone defend herself and turn this case into a circus and then, come back on appeal and say, well, I had an attorney. You didn't let me have an attorney. No, the judge wants her to have an attorney and lose the right way, right? And this, by the way, this case is an imminently winnable case. Not winnable in terms of Sarah Boone is going to walk out and get a not guilty, but winnable in terms of it could be dropped down to voluntary manslaughter. I mean, this has voluntary manslaughter written all over it, right? So, I mean, an attorney could really do right by Sarah Boone and the system and make even the judge happy. So she should have an attorney. If she doesn't fire this attorney, great. If she fires this attorney, honestly, for some reason, I feel like if the judge allows Sarah Boone to postpone her trial, have her attorney, and then she fires this attorney, I think she's done no matter. I don't care if the Supreme Court justice retires and wants to defend Sarah Boone. At that point, the judge is going to tell her you're done.
Yeah. Michael, Jennifer, thank you. We need a break. Stay with us. More ahead. Busy Friday on Court TV.
The way he says, we need a break.
Sarah Boone.
Yeah,
Oh
so
my God.
there's
I just
that.
can't get over how much special treatment has been given to this woman.
She's gotten everything. They have made more accommodations and more.
I'm just trying to figure out, like, who's the next person that's going to commit a crime and come in and be like, so I need this, I need this, I need the Sarah Boone treatment.
Yeah, well, guess what? No, they better not. They need that. That better not turn into a thing. You know what I mean? Yeah, I agree, Cap. That the judge in her case, God bless him. That's all I'm saying.
The patience of a saint, I swear.
Yeah, for sure. I was going to show you guys this real quick, too. This popped up earlier. Somebody sent me an email on this, too. I don't know if you guys saw this yet or not. It's kind of sad and scary at the same time. I don't know if she can fire this one, though, Alicia, because this one has been given to her to help. Thanks, Mom. To help with her, what she's doing. Do you know what I mean? So I don't know if it works that way, but then again, you never know.
She'll find a way. She'll find a way to run him off.
What's that, Mom?
This guy came forward, and he is, and this is my opinion, take it with a grain of salt, but he is trying to make himself famous, first of all.
I agree.
And he is doing this on his own of court. This was not something that was issued by the court. This is him saying, I will cover Sarah Boone, and this will only happen if the judge approves it.
Oh, see, I thought the court, I knew he did that, but I thought the court had already approved it.
I hadn't seen that they've approved it yet. I may have missed it. I've been off. I've been kind of out of it for a couple of days, but unless it's happened in the last couple of days, the judge has to approve this guy. Because she's been through 8 public defenders.
Right.
And yes, she can get rid of him. If he comes in pro bono and she doesn't like him, she can do the same thing that she did with her public defenders, because it's your right as an American. If you do not believe that your attorney is there for you, you do not have to be represented by that attorney.
She's just an idiot then if she does that. That's all I got to say, because she doesn't know what she's doing. We all know that.
I think she's going to do whatever she can to keep dragging this out.
Mm-hmm. It's been, 3-4 years we're going on now? So, yeah.
And if for some reason they say that she can't fire the new attorney, she'll probably make that person's life absolutely miserable to try to make them quit.
Everybody else within the system there, yes. I agree with that, too. Definitely.
News alert. That breaking news, 3 people are dead tonight after investigators say a small plane crashed in a Fairview neighborhood earlier this morning. So many of our Coin viewers shared images of the flames shooting up there and the destruction now left behind. Welcome to a special edition of Coin 6 News. I'm Anthony Costura in for Lisa Balick. Tonight, the National Transportation Safety Board confirms it will now take on the investigation. Coin's Ariel Salk joins us live in Fairview. Ariel, you spent the day talking with neighbors. What's it like out there?
Oh, yeah, it's pretty terrible. We just actually got to the front of the houses that were impacted. As you can see, this damage is extensive. And the fire chief for the Gresham fire has confirmed that 3 people have died as a result of this fire, 2 from the plane and 1 which was in one of these homes.
Horrible. Super hot, super low, and then boom.
A little after 10 Saturday morning, Fairview residents witnessed a heartbreaking crash.
My granddaughter wanted to see the plane because she heard it, so we were looking out the window, saw it. It was a white plane. And then we turned around, and the next thing we know, the whole house was just like, was just a huge explosion.
I've never seen anything like that before.
A small plane crashing into a home.
A big, almost like a gas explosion. Yeah, I just out here, and I heard plane sound like it was descending, and then next I hear a big boom, and I turn, and that's when I seen the houses and stuff over there on fire.
Gresham fire was first on the scene, which would turn into a 5-alarm fire.
Initially there was 2, it spread to 3, 4. I think now it's going to displace 5 families. It may be a 6th one. This particular fire was well involved. There was collapse from the initial airplane strike, so you couldn't get into the units.
The fire department confirms 3 people have died. 2 were in the plane and 1 person was in a home.
Praying. Just been praying.
The fire department also says when the plane was coming down, it hit a power line, causing a small fire and power outages for thousands throughout the day.
I just wanted to fall to the ground, and I just felt so much empathy and sadness.
Now, I just spoke to one woman. She was able to find 2 cats that were in one of those homes alive. I saw one of them a little shooken up, a little muddy, but alive. The NTSB is investigating this crash. We will continue to bring you updates on air and online at coin.com. Reporting live, Ariel Salk, Coin 6 News.
That's so horrible. That's something I've always been slightly unnerved over, about planes flying over residential areas, even small planes, because I've seen that once or twice before, and it's scary as hell to think about that.
Yeah,
it really is. Prayers and just nothing but prayers going out to all the families and the people involved in that. That's horrific. So sad. So very sad.
Sorry, I was going out to get my phone charger when you guys were talking about Sarah.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I'm just saying, who would take her on? What? It makes me question their thought process, I guess.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you know who Jose Baez is?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's...
Did you know who Jose Baez was before Casey Anthony?
Of course not. And that's what that's what Mom said. That's why this person...
But my question is what is their are they just going to try to get the charge lower? Because
I honestly don't know. I don't see how.
That's baffling to me.
It's right there. It's on video. She told on herself. So,
I think they're going to try to go for the insanity plea. I don't see how they can't successfully do it, but I think that's what they're going to try for.
I think they're going to try to lower it to voluntary manslaughter, which is a way lesser charge than murder 1 or murder 2. So manslaughter, yeah. So how? I don't know, because she stood there and literally videotaped what she did
and laughed and was mocking him and taunting him, like, this is what you get for what you did to me. And it's like, wow. And then he's pleading and saying her name, and she's like, that's my name, don't wear it out.
Now, the one thing you guys got to remember,
for all the times you treated me like that.
Remember, though, no matter what the defense does, the state has that, and they have the prosecution is very good, I'm sure, and they're gonna make it work, guys. I promise you, they're gonna make what they have work for them. They may have more. They may have another video. We don't know. And I've always wondered this. I think, Mom, you and I talked about this once. Because I still think, in my opinion, that she very possibly could have shoved that suitcase down the stairs with him in it. Okay. Or at the very least, stomped on it, kicked it, jumped on it, something else. And I think there's a possibility that that's on video too. They just never showed that because that's part of their case. Now that may not exist, guys. Don't get excited. I'm just saying, if they have that, there's nothing she can get out of. Nothing at all. The only way I think she would get out of this truly is if they get that video thrown out. How are they going to do that? How's anybody going to do that? So,
well, isn't the video the only thing they really have? I mean,
what else do you need, though? Truly,
you don't need anything else.
Mm-hmm. Have a good night, SRB. Thanks for hanging as long as you did.
Good night.
I don't know.
I don't know, Mom. What do you think, Mom?
Where do I start? What do you want to know what I think about first? Do I think she rolled him down the stairs? Absolutely. Do I think that he was a tiny little man, God rest him in peace, and the crazy woman just put him in that suitcase, zipped him up, threw him down the stairs, kicked him a couple times, rolled him over, and sat there drunk and said, "This is what you got. What you did to me?" Yeah, 100% she's guilty.
That was scary. You sounded just like her there. Don't ever do that again. That was creepy.
Yeah, the woman gets on my every last freaking nerve, and she is Daryl Brooks 2.0. The only thing she's missing is a bunch of boxes and a paper tent or fort. I mean, I can't with her. And as far as this lawyer, I honestly believe that he's literally a lawyer out of the armpit of Florida. First of all, who the hell's heard of the little town that he's from? Nobody. Right. Second of all, nobody's ever heard this man's name. Have you seen his LinkedIn picture?
I don't even know who he is. What is his name?
Hang on, I got a screenshot. It's on the phone.
Yeah, I've never seen or heard of the guy.
So I honestly think that this is what he's doing. He's looking for his 5 minutes of fame.
It'll do it. It's gonna do it. I mean, he's gonna get what he wants out of it. That's fact. Yes, Andy, Mom. She's
I love it. I knew it. Yeah, I knew as soon as you asked, so what's your opinion? I was like, "Whoop, here we go."
That's why I asked her, because I know her opinion, how she feels on it.
Yep.
She's never been quiet about it before. Yeah, I'm right there with you. Just as much as I was with Daryl Brooks.
Insane. She's like if you Wikipedia Florida woman, she's gonna pop up because that's her. I'm entitled, I'm crazy, and I put a guy in a suitcase and then sat there and videoed it.
And it wasn't intentional.
And it was, and we were playing hide and seek.
Yeah, right. Yep.
And then I'm gonna sit outside and talk to the police. Like, his name's James Sylvan Owens.
James Sylvan Owens, huh? Let's see what we get here when I do that. Let me see something here.
Where the hell's the picture I took of him? I took a screenshot. I gotta find it. I thought it was on my phone.
The name itself sounds a little strange.
Hi, V Slim. Nice to meet you as well.
Oh, V's been around for a long time. She's awesome.
Yeah, he looks like
there's no picture here, but I see the name in the Florida bar. Let's see here.
I thought I had it bookmarked.
That's okay.
So this is what I get for having too much stuff going on at once.
Still nothing. The guy must be ashamed of the way he looks or something. There's no pictures of him. Hold on.
I would be surprised if he took the picture down. Doesn't want people to recognize him in public right now.
Probably, yeah.
It's on Twitter.
He's even got it blocked out of there. Good Lord, dude. What's up? Oh, wait. Nope.
Oh, you'll know it. He's standing on the beach with like this Rico Suave stance.
Oh, he's one of them attorneys. I got you. I can already visualize it now. Let's see.
Oh my God, what happened to it? What did I do with it?
Well, the trial should be interesting to watch. That's for damn sure.
Oh, it's gonna be regardless.
When's it supposed to be?
It starts on the 3rd.
No, that's a motion hearing for.
Oh, all right.
But it's coming.
I've got so many dates in my head for trials. We've got October coming up. Sorry.
There's a lot. No lie.
Damn, y'all, I seriously thought I took a screenshot. I'll find it. Now I'm digging.
That's okay. I can't find it on Twitter either. What the hell? Oh, wait. Maybe I can. Show more. It just gives us his info. There's no post picture.
How long ago did this happen?
There it
years.
is. To
Was it in
your
21?
Discord.
Thank you.
Now I remember why. It's because who posted it.
Okay.
It was further down than what I was looking.
Did you put it in?
Molly might have beat me to it.
No, she threw up a loon bird again. Hold on a minute here.
Did this happen in 2021?
Yes.
Okay.
That's how long it's been that she stalled out on this. Yes. Did you put it in Discord,
It's
Mom?
been a minute. I'm working on it. I've got to switch out to the Mac because my other, I don't even know. This one's an HP and it's starting to like want to drag.
Yep.
So I really like Minnie built me this badass computer that I've used once for streaming. Because I'm scared I'm going to do something and hit the wrong button.
Right. Absolutely. Oh,
All right,
God.
it's in your Discord DM.
Seriously? Yeah. This guy.
I told you, Rico Suave.
This guy thinks he's a movie star. You guys, check this out.
Let me see him.
Doodle, she probably does have Colorado plates.
Colorado. Oh, God, Doodle. You kill me.
Colorado.
Yeah, he's like, I'm your attorney. Come hire me now. I could see this guy trying to hook up with her, too. That's the sad part.
Oh, no. I don't know.
I told y'all.
See anyone trying to hook up with her, but
goodness,
This is gonna be entertaining.
I thought she was. You guys, I thought she was prettier than she is.
No.
I thought like when it first happened, was she blonde?
No, she just didn't have that short, weird haircut she has until she went to jail. Listen, I don't
tell you, when Mom asked if we had seen this guy, I pictured either exactly this or a lawyer who was all Margaritaville style and flip flops and a Jimmy Buffett shirt.
Magnum PI is what I was expecting to see. To be honest with you,
Rico Suave was the closest thing I could think of off the top of my head, y'all.
No, you're good. You're good with it. But listen, I don't judge people by their appearance typically, but this woman is so ugly inside.
Oh yeah.
There's nothing about the outside that even remotely could be accepted, in my opinion. That's all I'm saying. She's dark. She's evil, as far as I'm concerned. And everything she gets, she deserves. Plus, in my opinion, that is a piece of garbage. The manipulatory stuff that she did or tried to do.
Like, I think that if she would have just admitted it and not tried to say the unintentional words so many times, that it might. Am I not wrong that it might end up better for her?
It could. I mean, I don't know.
I think the absolute lack of acknowledgement on her, the amount of excuses, I guess, and the way in the many times of saying the word unintentional.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah.
The overkill of the word is just.
That's why we made the merchandise we made in our merch store, because of her with all that stupidity.
It wasn't intentional.
And the only thing you can do at this point, God rest George's soul. I'll say that much. Whether he was good or bad, it doesn't matter.
Isn't it pronounced Jorge?
Jorge. I just call him George. I call him George. I know, but yes, Jorge.
Okay. I just try to have respect for the victim. And
I get it. I get it. Absolutely. But regardless of what he's ever done in his past, she doesn't have the right to do what she did. Period. No. And that's horrific to me. And the way she did it, okay, it makes me wonder if.
Well, and George Floyd's the same way.
Yeah, I can agree with that one too. Past or not, you don't take someone's life. You're not God. You don't have the right to judge somebody and take their life. That's my opinion. Now, if they would have taken somebody else's life first, we'll talk about something. He didn't do that. In fact, I think the DV charges that he went to jail for, in my opinion, I can almost see her provoking that and probably beating up on him and him trying to defend himself. In my opinion,
And
that's all.
it happens so much where a woman in a relationship like that will instigate and will start the fight, will put hands on the man first, and then as soon as he hits back, she'll call 911, and the cops always say, "Oh, well, you're a man, so it's your fault." And
well, he was just a
no,
little
that
guy,
is some BS, man.
Right?
That's not okay. I don't care what your gender is. You don't have the right to lay your hands on another person like that.
No, and like I said,
men can absolutely be victims of domestic violence as well. And I'm sick of people trying to pretend they're not.
Yeah, it happens all the time. And like I said, Sarah was actually bigger than Jorge. Okay, and I can, based on her personality, the way that she has presented herself, I envision her doing that type of thing. I'm never going to talk discount an abuse of any person, but at the same time, I gotta wonder, did she provoke this? And he was defending himself in a lot of senses, because we heard about his family not liking her because of specific reasons. So there's gotta be reasons. You know what I'm saying? Just saying. There's two sides to every story.
Wasn't that what she was scared of in the beginning, was them telling his family, because she didn't want them to she's like, they are going, she was afraid that they were going to kill her or something,
because they called her the what the hell they called, the blue-eyed white dragon or some crazy shit like that.
Well, which they weren't far off.
Yeah, well, true, very true. So whatever she gets, she absolutely deserves, and then some. And yeah, she did have DV charges against her too. That's fact. So she was caught at least once. I'll just put it that way. On the bright side, she didn't check the luggage.
You know who I feel bad for though is her kid.
100%, yes.
I mean,
100%.
who's the one that's actually paying here?
And do you guys know, I saw a picture was sent to me when I first started covering that case. Somebody sent me a picture, and it was said to me that it was a joke then, but it was a picture of her son stepping into a suitcase.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious. I tried to find it. I can't find the picture. I don't know if it's because I changed out computers or whatever, but I'm gonna keep looking. I'm gonna show you guys. It was a photograph somebody sent me. It's a red suitcase, and it's her son, little guy. He was a little guy, and he's standing there with his hand on a chair, I believe, and he's standing inside of a suitcase that's wide open. And I'm like,
oh my Lord!
Is this like something in that she's like done for years or something? I don't know, but it's, it's very weird. And that told me, like, okay, you 100% knew what you were doing. So I'm gonna look for it. And I'm gonna find that picture.
I think I heard about that too. Maybe, I'm not sure, but
well, that's how I got it, because I had heard somebody told me, and I said, "No, come on, now that's not true. There's no way." And I'll be damned if I didn't get a picture and went, "Okay, wow." You know what I mean? Yeah, that's probably why her ex was hit. Yeah. that's I agree. It seems like the ex or the father had custodial parenting. He was the custodial parent, and she got visitation, I think, because she's a loon. Okay, she shouldn't have a child.
Sarah Loon.
100%. So anyway, before I forget about it, somebody brought something up in here that is actually a pretty serious matter. And I found something really quick, luckily, on this. I haven't talked about this in a long time, actually. There's a case of a missing child again. Okay. I know we do that a lot, but these are important cases, guys. And this hasn't been talked about in a long time that I know of. So I'm going to throw a real quick Nancy Grace episode up about this to kind of enlighten it. And I may actually, now that it's been reminded to me, in fact, I wrote it down in my notebook. And I just couldn't remember how to spell his last name, and I didn't want to spell it wrong to find what I was looking for. Thank you, Mom, by the way. This needs to
You're
get some
welcome.
this definitely needs to get some airtime, you guys. For those of you that may not know about it, you are about to. And then I think I'm gonna dig into this and maybe do a whole episode on the whole thing, just because. I hate to say this out loud, but I had completely forgotten about this case because there's so many cases we cover. But all right, here we go.
Kane, you earlier mentioned that you and the whole family were being investigated. That's SOP, standard operating procedure. When someone goes missing, the first place police look, as they should, is at the family members, particularly the male members. Statistically, that's typically who did it. Tell me about being the target of an investigation yourself while your son is missing. What was that like?
The only way I can describe it is it was something that that I needed to do. I knew I didn't have any involvement. I knew that really at that point it wasn't about me. Is really all I can say. It was about him, and I did everything I was asked to do as fast and quickly and urgently as possible to clear myself in the investigation because I wanted them to be focused on who did it. So it was. I don't know. I set aside, there was not really a lot of emotions from me on that front other than they indicated the process and my job was to clear the process. And that's absolutely what I wanted to do. And again, as urgently as possible, the focus was on him, finding him as quickly as possible. It really didn't have to do with me as far as how I felt about what was happening. It was just what I needed to do as his parent to help him get recovered as early as possible. So it was basically my mission to do every and anything asked to clear that process and continue to move forward. So it was a lot less about emotion at that point. I know I described the first couple, like 24 to 48 hours, just being kind of unresponsive unless I was being interviewed with investigators, crying and all that stuff. And as we started to get further into the process, I kind of had to set that aside and become more focused on what needed to be done, the tasks that needed to be done, and not being emotional about how I felt at that particular point in time. I missed him. I was frantic, but at the same time, I needed them to focus on who actually did this. So it was about clearing. It was 100% just about clearing everything that I needed to clear so we could stay focused on him.
I don't even know words to describe what I think you've been through. But tonight, now, what is your message to anybody out there that may know anything about Kyron?
Well, first and foremost, Kyron, if you're still out there, we're still looking for you. So I will always lead with that. No one's given up. We are still looking. We haven't given up. We love you. We miss you. We are still active. The investigation's active. We're still looking. To everyone out there, keep reporting tips. We have tips coming in through the phone still to this day. Lots on email. There's a website that I'm sure that you guys will have the information for, that the sheriff's office has put up now, in addition to the one that we've put up for the past 14 years. They recently put up a new one that gives a rough timeline. It gives the tip line. It gives an email tip line. Would encourage everyone to submit tips, no matter how big or small you think they are. Try not to rule them out. Try not to filter them. Just submit them, and the investigators will do that work. But urge anybody who feels that they witnessed anything, no matter how long ago it was, to submit that information through the tip line. And again, don't try to filter it out. Don't try to vet it for yourself. Pass it along. So I would highly encourage that. The other thing is there are age progressed photos on the website. There's, I think, the original and 3 others. He's not 7 anymore. And so that's one thing that we try to remind folks, is that he's older. He may or may not have his glasses right now as well. So if he is still alive and he is out there with somebody, we're trying to get people familiarized with those age progressed with and without the glasses. So if they do see a similarity, that they call in that tip as well. But the tip line, both the phone and the email, are open. They're still actively getting tips. Please continue to submit them as much as you can.
We're showing those age progressed photos from our friends at National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. We believe this is what Kyron would look like today. You can, of course, call NICMA or 1-800-THE-LOST. 1-800-THE-LOST. There is a $50,000 reward for information leading to the resolution of Kyron's disappearance. A $50,000 reward.
Missing but not forgotten.
This child would be, I believe, 20 years old now. Okay, it's been 14 years.
And he was 7 when he went missing.
Yeah.
I can't believe it's been that long ago.
This is beyond sad. And as you see, $50,000 reward, FBI based. Enough with these cases kill me. They do. And I didn't forget about it. It's just you move forward, and then
there's so many.
It is. There's so much.
Overwhelming. Where did this happen at?
I'm gonna do a whole show on this.
Where was he at?
That happened at his school, his elementary school.
But like what
Portland,
state
Oregon.
Oh,
in
Oregon. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Oregon. I'm sorry. I misunderstood what you meant.
And isn't Monkey in Idaho?
Monkey's in Fruitland, Idaho.
Okay.
Yeah. But again, like I said, this is another one. I'm gonna play this real quick if you guys don't
I know that Kendall did a video on Kyron. That's how I first heard of him.
Yeah.
It's a really good video too, I
And
think.
he's
I
another.
think Stephanie did one too, I think.
And I'm sure Annie has too, but yeah, I think I first remember hearing about it from Kendall.
If you get your hands on the book that is about his case, take it with a grain of salt. And that's as far as I'm going to go about it. But I've actually talked to a family member for several years now. And I'm just going to say that if you get your hands on that book, take anything that you read in it by a grain of salt.
Well, okay, before we play this, Mom, just real quick, if you don't mind, because I know you've been on this for a while.
Can you give us a short synopsis?
What do you think happened, Mom?
My honest opinion?
Yes,
I think that, and I'm not going to use any names or anything because you never know who's watching, and I don't want to get in the middle of anything, but I honestly believe that his stepmom is the reason Kyron's missing. I will go to my grave for that.
Yeah.
I will not change my opinion. It would take a whole lot to change my opinion. I think the school should be held accountable, and I think she should be held accountable. And I think they should have put her in jail until she came forward and told where the hell he was at.
Pretty sure that's how most people feel about it.
That's not because I'm one-sided or I have a certain opinion, because I am, like I said, I have communicated for several years with the other side of the family. That's just from looking at the facts and spending a massive amount of hours looking at videos and all different kinds of things and listening to interviews and people that are close to the family on both sides. So I honestly believe that if they had put her hand in jail and let her sit in jail, she will come forward. But no, she's free. She walks free every day, drives a badass car, and is living her best life.
It's disgusting. I agree.
Is it anything close to is there any evidence of foul play?
Oh, he vanished.
It was another.
Is it like a Sebastian thing?
Sebastian's missing from his home. Kyron was last seen at school.
Yeah, but as far as just vanishing in a thin air, yeah, in that sense, it's like that. Yeah.
So it's like a Ryan Larson thing.
Yeah, kind of. Yes, Ryan. They knew walked away. Somebody saw him walking away. This was just. I'll play this and let you see what it shows, but I agree.
This was one of the very first cases I probably ever heard of, and I've listened to thousands since then. So
this is very sad to me, and this is a very sweet child. Just as much as Michael Vaughn, just as much as Sebastian Rogers. All of these children are just beautiful children. This is disgusting that this happens so often and so much, and that they're just forgotten like this. You know, again, I'm guilty of not putting this out. I should have done this a long time ago. With everything else we've covered, I didn't go back to it. And again, I actually almost get guilt feelings for not putting this out because it hasn't been touched in so long. I haven't seen it anywhere in a while, but that's just, you know. So as soon as Elijah Boo, Harmony, there's too many. Elijah Boo, there's been nothing, and I mean nothing on that. It drives me nuts. But you know, I mean, these people are locked up, thank God, but we still don't know where that child's at. You know, at least tell us where he's at. You already know you're caught. Okay, you tell us where this child's at so he can have a proper burial and be put to rest the right way. It's disgusting. That's all I can say on that. It's disgusting.
But nobody's in jail for Kyron. Nobody's in jail for is anyone in jail for Elijah?
Oh yeah, his mother and the boy.
Okay. So they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're both in jail.
So it's a hit and miss. Some of them are, some of them are not.
Right. Well, this one here, I agree with Mom. She definitely should have been locked up and left there till she opened her mouth. Period.
But like in Harmony's case, there's two people that I believe know. And
yeah, Adam's in jail, and Kayla was released because she agreed to be a witness against Adam. She got a sweetheart deal, which pisses me off.
Adam will never tell where he put her.
I don't know if he remembers where he put her. That baby girl was in pieces.
He knows what the hell he did with her.
And he was high as a kite. I don't know if he remembers where he scattered her.
I hope that he burns in hell for that.
He knows where the hell he put her. I will go to my grave that he knows where he put her. Harmony is a case that I've been very close to and was one of my very first cases I ever covered, and I've worked with a lot of locals. Like
and that didn't scare you
communicated
away?
with a lot of locals. What?
And that didn't scare you? Her case didn't scare you away?
No, it just drives me harder. If you go on my channel, I think she is one of.
Yeah.
She is probably one that I have covered the most on my channel. Her birthday, I always make her a video. I always talk about her, you know, before my computer started screwing up.
You were pretty good with Monkey's case too, like that, Mom. I mean,
well, Monkey's case I'm close to Brandy with, so that's a whole different thing.
I was warned about Harmony that if I got into it, to be prepared for, you know, hitting it different. And
that's why I didn't cover Harmony's case, because I knew how it was going to affect me.
And
it was a brutal case, and it
did hit me different.
Yeah, and it's local.
She was filled by every person in her life. She was filled by grandparents. She was filled by her biological mother. She was filled by her stepmother. She was filled by her father. She was filled by 2 different states, not just one, 2 different states. A judge that knew what the hell he did and then retired. Y'all.
That's why I said I won't cover that case on purpose. I did the basics on it, put it out there, and then I walked away from it because when I was looking at it, I knew that was a little too much for me.
It's just like PJ lighting the way home that comes in chat.
Oh,
you know, she's the one that was organizing vigils for Harmony.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, like there are 2 cases that I have been very, very close with. One of them is Monkey Michael Vaughn. And I got close with his mother. And then the other one is Harmony's case. And those are 2 cases that I'm absolutely a walking book of knowledge.
A few of them, though, like that, Mom. You're good with Maddy. You're very close with Maddy's case, too. That's just who you are. It is what it is. And that's, like I said, I know my restrictions. You guys know I'm sensitive to a lot of these cases. There's a few cases you guys have even seen me react to. I knew when I did the basics on Harmony's case that if I went back to it, it hits way too different for me. I couldn't do it. So,
and I know
no disrespect intended, but I just can't do it.
I know Sebastian's case is really hard for you.
It's really hard for me, but I won't not cover that because
it's personal.
I feel like I have to. I feel like I have to. That's why I went back to it recently, because I don't know. It's crazy. And a lot of us out here are like that. Arctica's like that. Mom is like that. Duchess is like that. Obviously, I am
I'm
like
just
that.
so it is just baffling. Like, where is this kid? Like,
It is beyond baffling. That's the problem I have with it. I'm obsessed with it at this point.
yeah.
That's
And
why
there's
when
others too, but
yeah, but this
one
one
at the forefront.
yes, and that's why I actually backed away from it because it was becoming too much. I'm never going to stop until he's found, but I have to move forward and cover other cases. I have to, allow law enforcement to do their jobs and take a break from it because it was getting to me. It really was getting to me. A couple people have saw it, approached me. You okay? You need to do this. You need to do that. And I am, I appreciate that too. And Mom's been through that with multiple cases, guys. You can tell, the heart gets in it and it stays there, guys. There's no two ways about that. So just saying, this is another one. Like I said, this case bugs me a lot too. And like I said, I'm ashamed of myself that I haven't come out with it before now. But still, that as soon as I saw the name tonight, I'm like, I have to put something up about this right now. Because of that reason. So I'm gonna run this for you guys real quick. And like I said, I think I'm gonna do a full show on this here coming up now that I reminded myself of it. I even wrote down some stuff. So we hit algorithm, guys. Thank you so much for that. If we can try to focus on this, guys, this is really important just to stay on topic with this tonight. I know tonight's an open scenario, but when this was brought to my attention again, it just became an extremely important scenario to me. So I appreciate that, guys. Thank you so much for the super chat, V. I appreciate that. She says, just because, Dago. And God bless you, V. I love you to death, and you know that. She's such a sweet lady. V Slims is. She's amazing. She's been with me for a long time, guys, and has always supported me. And I gotta tell you, I love you, V. You know I do. Thank you so much. Really? What is this? This is a news report. Are you serious?
I think we got hit.
They said we did, but this is a news report. Oh my God, how ridiculous.
Yep.
Oh.
It's because sadly Kyron's case is one of those cases.
This is so fucking irritating.
That's why I said you never know who the hell's lurking in the background.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Wow. Wow. Well, let me know when you can see me, everybody. You still here, JC?
I can.
Okay.
I've got it pulled up on a different screen.
Okay. Just let me know when you see it. Unbelievable, you guys. I mean, I know certain things are, I get that. She can't hear me right now. God, that is so fucking ignorant. It literally is KATU news. That's all it is. I've never gotten hit for running a news release ever.
What exactly happened?
I got a copyright thing.
Oh.
I mean, it should be all right, but still.
So, okay, so let me get this straight. This is a good time for me to get this straight.
Go ahead.
So Desiree is his mom.
Yeah.
Terry's the stepmom.
The piece of shit, yes.
And I'm assuming that they are divorced now.
They were. Oh, you mean Terry and him? I believe they are.
Yeah, they're divorced.
I feel so bad for like guys like Kane and like
we're back.
Yeah.
And
sorry about that, guys. I didn't know I had to filter a news special out, but okay.
And who's the other guy? Ed Al Stalk is the other guy I feel bad for.
Yeah. No, I get it. Oh, that makes me
How do
so
these
mad.
how do these men get caught up with these crazy women? Is my
Because they put on a show and a front.
and sometimes I mean I know it goes both ways, but it's like
I mean, I got, my first wife,
the
you know,
creature.
yeah, the creature. I thought she was just this amazing person, and well, obviously she's not.
Yeah.
Munchausen's and all those fun things, and she was probably basically a working girl while we were married with everybody in the county but me. So you know how that goes. You just don't know. People put on, and this is male and female. They put on a good front when you first meet them, and then
to get what they want.
That's it. The truth comes out after the fact, sadly. So, just saying. I'm really irritated right now. I can't believe that the news really copywrote that. That's. Oh my God. So anyway, I'm going to put a story together on this. I just wanted you guys to get the gist of this. For those of you that weren't familiar, I'm going to put something together on this. His face, his name, the story needs to be out there. It really needs to be out there.
He just vanished at school.
Yeah, and it's so weird because he was there, then he wasn't. Explain that to me.
Mm-hmm.
Please, somebody, because I don't get it. I don't get
Mom,
it.
do you have any extra information? Like, do you know anything that we don't? I mean, you probably know a lot more, but
not anything that I would, I would say without like permission.
Right.
Sure. But like I said, I have been communicating with one of the family, and it's so weird that I actually messaged her this morning just because she runs across my mind.
Would she be interested in doing an interview, do you think?
That's what I asked her this morning. I was like, hey, just checking in on you, because I randomly just check in on her. I said, hey, I'm just checking in on you. And I was curious if, if you would do an interview just so we could get Kyron's case back out.
Yeah.
Into the world, because, people tend to forget with so many of these cases.
Mm-hmm.
That these older cases are still active and ongoing, and these loved ones have not been brought home.
I
haven't heard back from her yet, but sometimes it takes her a day to get back to me.
If she'd be interested, obviously you do what you're going to do, but then if she would be more, in doing another one, I'd be down for that 100% to help with that for sure. I'm going to try this one here, guys. I ran this through the filter. It said it was okay. Well, and we'll know if it's not, obviously, but we'll see what happens here.
Now to a story that first captured the nation's attention 5 years ago, the disappearance of 7-year-old Kyron Horman. His stepmom is now speaking out for the very first time. And
he had not been at school that day and had been unaccounted for 6 hours. And nobody called me. And that's when the panic set in. If I could do anything differently, I'd keep Kyron home that day. That is something that you go back again and again. What if?
Terry didn't just lose her stepson. She says she lost her life as she knew it. She failed several polygraph tests about the disappearance of Kyron. Her marriage ended. And as part of the divorce proceedings, her husband accused her of hiring a hitman to kill him, which she vehemently denies. Then she fled the state of Oregon, she says, to get away from harassment. While never officially charged, the suspicion surrounding Terry continues to this day.
Welcome to another episode of True Crime Legacy, the podcast exploring unsolved mysteries and cold cases. I'm your host, Eagle. Today, we're looking into the disturbing disappearance of 7-year-old Kyron Horman, who vanished without a trace after attending a science fair at his elementary school in Portland, Oregon, back in 2010. Nearly 13 years later, this case remains a perplexing mystery. What makes Kyron's story all the more tragic is that the investigation into his disappearance brought some dark secrets to light, implicating his own stepmother and tearing his family apart. But despite the suspicions and speculation over the years, no arrests have ever been made, and Kyron's whereabouts are still unknown. I'll be guiding you through the timeline of events surrounding Kyron's disappearance, the key persons of interest, the various theories, and all the questions that still persist in this baffling cold case. Stick with me as we try to make sense of the evidence and unravel what really happened to Kyron Horman. June 4th, 2010 started like any other morning for 7-year-old Kyron. He was a happy, bespectacled boy with a bright smile, a keen interest in science and close bonds with his parents. Kyron lived in Portland, Oregon with his dad, Kyron Horman, stepmom Terry Moulton Horman, and baby half-sister Kiara. That morning, Terry drove Kyron to Skyline Elementary School to attend a science fair. Students were presenting projects they had been working on, and Kyron was excited to show off his display about the red-eyed tree frog. Terry snapped photos of Kyron proudly posing by his project, wearing a black CSI t-shirt and orange backpack. By 8:45 a.m., Terry left the school, later telling investigators that she last saw Kyron walking down the hallway toward his first class. But Kyron never made it to that class. He was marked absent for the entire school day, yet no one raised an alarm until the afternoon when Kyron didn't get off his school bus as expected. That's when the frantic search began. Teachers and the school secretary had no records of Kyron being at school that day. Calls were made back and forth between the school, Kyron's parents, and the authorities. Soon it became clear Kyron was missing, and a massive search effort was launched around Skyline Elementary and the surrounding area.
The latest on the search for 7-year-old Kyron Horman. Police in Portland, Oregon this morning say that they're still concentrating on the area where he was last seen. Early Show national correspondent Hattie Kaufman has the latest.
It has been nearly a week since Kyron Horman vanished from his elementary school. This morning, hundreds of experts will join forces with investigators from 22 agencies in a desperate search. Officials admit the clock is ticking.
We're moving forward under the premise that we're looking for a living Kyron Horman. And so that's their job, that's their function.
FBI agents have stopped cars. Others search the rugged, densely.
One thing I've never understood about this is there's photographs, from my understanding. I'm trying to remember. There were photographs of him at the science fair. Nobody saw him between the time of the science fair and the time of his first class. I've never understood that part.
And she said she's seen him walking to his first class, but is there actual surveillance of that?
That's what I mean. And if she had him there, okay, other people had to see them together. This is where I've always had issues with this. The people at the science fair had to see them there, her taking pictures of him presenting his science project, blah, 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 so on and so forth. The science project was there at the school. And if she were to take him away from the school, I would imagine, again, people would have seen that. And I just don't understand this. Do you remember anything about that, moms, in particular, that stuck out to you that may have made some sense? That part of it?
Mm-mm. No, none of it makes sense. Like,
Right.
And if you listen to her stories, like he said, that her story had changed several times. He was at the science fair. He was there at the science fair. I mean, you guys seen the picture. That was the science fair. He was there. But that story changed to he was never at school.
Yep.
So did you see him at school, or did you not see him at school, or did you drop him off at school, go to the science fair, take a picture, wait 45 minutes, sneak him out the side door, leave with him, do whatever you did to him, and then run your errands?
So what are you comfortable giving a motive, Mom?
Jealousy.
Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah.
And they had
I believe that.
together, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was her daughter.
Okay,
Right.
So
That was always my issue, too, the little girl. And of course, I'm not blaming it on her, but
In my opinion, I believe that she was jealous of him and his dad's relationship. And we see this so many times. Like, this is not the only case we've seen it in. Think about Gannon. Think about Gannon and freaking Letitia's crazy ass.
Yeah. Yeah, the creature was jealous of my relationship with my kids because I was very close to them. I still am. And she wasn't because of who she was. She literally blatantly admitted one day that she hated me because I had a good relationship with them. Sorry.
But they weren't your kids though. They were her kids, weren't they?
No, yeah, they're my kids too. The oldest one wasn't mine. She was really pissed at me because of that, but no. She never had a relationship with my children. Never. But it was by her own fault.
She's just a crappy mom.
100%. Always has been. So yeah, no, the jealousy thing, I agree. Because I think that Kane and Kyron had a good father-son strong bond, and she didn't get the attention that she thought she deserved. Herself as a grown adult. Okay, that's disgusting, you guys. Think about that.
Yeah, that's a little childish.
It's pathetic. That was what I had taken from it too, and that's why I asked your thoughts on it, Mom, because I just curious, Hi, Cotty. Just saying, it was definitely a mess. Anyway,
but okay, in Harmony's case, wasn't there 2 little boys too?
As far as siblings?
Yeah.
You're talking about Kayla. Crystal has a little boy.
Yeah,
Crystal had a little boy.
I know. I know she had one.
Harmony, right? But then there were 2 boys too, right?
Crystal had a son that she gave up as well.
Okay.
I thought there was only one though that was involved, right?
Kayla, well, that's still her brother was Harmony's brother. It's her half brother.
Yeah.
And he's a cutie
Did
pie.
Kayla have a boy too?
Kayla is Harmony's Crystal is Harmony's biological mother. She had a little boy.
Okay.
And then Kayla had a boy and a girl.
With Adam?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a boy and a girl along with Harmony, and then Crystal has another boy.
Yeah. But he's with a good family.
Yeah.
He's adopted and is with a phenomenal family. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And they tried to adopt Harmony.
That's heartbreaking.
You're muted, Dago.
I said, God only knows that we wish that they could have.
That's heartbreaking.
Yeah,
Yes.
they're phenomenal. They're absolutely phenomenal. I interact with both of them on Twitter a lot. Like they're great guys. Like they really are. And one of them's a news reporter.
I hope that the other kid is doing well, as he is, but I wonder
Kayla's
about
kids.
Well, yeah, I guess them too, but
Harmony's little brother is devastated. He misses Harmony.
But yeah, I heard that
he celebrates her birthdays.
Yeah,
and all kinds of stuff.
That's what I heard, is that he makes a birthday for her every year and stuff like that.
That's sad. That's so sad.
It's awful.
As far as Kayla's kids, I don't know who ended up with Kayla's kids.
I heard that Kayla might get her kids back.
I wouldn't be surprised.
They
gave Harmony to a monster.
That's heartbreaking.
100%. Sherry just said that lady was a mess during the trial that wanted Harmony. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you talking about the lady that I can't think of her name off the top of my head. I'd have to go hunt for her name. But she was devastated too. Wisdom is absolutely correct. She was absolutely devastated.
I mean,
and all the pictures that you see of Harmony and the rain boots and the pretty dresses and all that stuff, that's not Crystal. That was the family that had her that took all those pictures.
Yeah,
not Crystal. The only pictures that Crystal has of, and I don't want to use his name, he's a juvenile, is her brother that was adopted and her. There's a handful of pictures.
Right.
Yeah.
And she's got 5 Facebooks.
I think in the end, Crystal tried to do the right thing. And it just ended up not.
Do the right thing. Well.
I think she recognized that she couldn't take care of Harmony. So didn't she tell him that Adam could have her back?
No, Crystal lost Harmony.
Yeah, she lost.
Crystal lost Harmony because she wouldn't keep her head out of her ass.
Right. She was
But didn't she have a chance to get her back though? But then said, I can't, like, that she didn't have her shit together, so she was going to let Adam keep her.
She couldn't stay clean long enough.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, she couldn't stay up. There, I know what you're talking about. There was a story going around that she, I guess she did get clean at some point and was doing okay, but
then she kind of.
She said, "No, I'm not going to be able to withstand this. Just let him keep her." That's the story I heard too. But
being in a halfway house and being clean for 2 weeks and then sneaking out and getting high does not. No, she never. I mean, and this is my opinion. This is mom speaking. Don't come for Dago because I have strong feelings about Crystal. And no,
I do too. Don't worry.
I have very strong feelings about her
too. In a way, she failed her too. In a way, I mean.
Oh no, 100%.
Everybody failed her.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Crystals either. Never was. So
just trying to make money off of. Oh my God.
I mean, those are just two people that never should have reproduced.
There's a lot of people like that out there, guys. That's the whole problem. That's what I've been screaming about for a year now. Like, if you don't want kids, don't stop having them, because there's so many people that do want them. That, and if you can't handle it when you have them, hand them off right away to the people that deserve them. That's all I'm saying. Don't
or
hurt
at least give them to family members that can take care of them.
Or something.
Said Kayla's mom got her kids. I wasn't sure if it was her mom or not, so I didn't want to speak on it. Thank you, Wisdom. I couldn't remember if it was her mom or a different family member that ended up with them.
Yeah, that whole thing is just a complete and total horror film, guys.
Well, the same like Oakley Carlson.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
That was a mess.
That's another failure. That's a reunification of a family that she should have never been put back in that home. The adopted parents that she had, those people, they absolutely hung the moon for that little girl.
Yeah.
And they turned around and put her back with those damn monsters.
And yes, and thank you for saying that, Mom. And I'm going to say this. This is Dago saying this, and you all can come for me for this. I don't care. Reunification is good, yes, in some senses. When you have situations like that, that is the worst thing you can do. That family was taking an absolute amazing care of that child. They, like she said, they hung the moon for her. And you're gonna send them back to that hellhole with Satan themselves? Come on.
I don't understand how
that's the stupidity I don't get. I don't understand that bullshit. I know we need to keep children's and families together. Do you? Or do you?
No.
And Wisdom, I agree. Adam did fight the system for her. He cleaned his life up. He went to court, the whole 9 yards. I honestly believe in the beginning that he loved Harmony. I honestly believe that he did. But something changed when he started using. Mm-hmm. Something clicked in his brain when he started using. And when they were here in Florida and he did what he did to Harmony, his ass should have been put in jail then.
Yeah, that whole situation is just a sad failed situation.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't even want to talk about that one, Victoria. That whole thing pisses me off to no end. That stupid idiot, the treadmill father.
Oh my God.
That dude.
Yeah, they got food stamps on her and all kinds of stuff. Yeah. Andy. That's the reason why Kayla was in jail, was because she had committed food stamp fraud. And you know that when you're on state assistance like that, you get financial and you get food stamps. And plus, I'm sure they were going to different resources and using Harmony's name.
Wasn't even seen for 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. There are so many of these, and excuse me, I'm sorry, but not sorry for what I'm going to say. But there are so many fucked up, stupid, disgusting, and ignorant ass fucking parents out there that shouldn't be called parents. That don't deserve
the title.
Same oxygen, okay?
They don't deserve the title.
It's disgusting. No, they don't.
Yes,
not at all.
Andy, both of them were addicts, and Adam even shot a guy in the face.
Once again, failure of the system.
Yeah.
Absolute failure of the system. It makes me disgusted. It does. Oh my God. Onward and upward, God. Jesus Christ. I can't believe I get so mad about this stuff.
Was there any things involved with Kyron, Mom?
Things like what?
Any substances?
I never heard anything about
Not
that.
that I know of.
Or
Substance
anything like
abuse?
that?
Yeah, I never heard anything about that.
Not
Although,
that I've ever heard.
Although, I'll say that I remember. I don't know, Mom. I know you follow this, Mom. And I don't know about the rest of you, but I remember seeing like a couple interviews, and it could have just been because of that, but and some video of Jesus Christ, Terry, where she looked like she made and this is just my opinion. It's not factual information, but it was my opinion that she looked like she was on some stuff. And again, it could have been because she was doing the interviews or whatever, whatever. I don't care. There's never was any talk of, her per se being on anything that I know of. So, yeah, I'm right there with you, Wisdom, 100%. So on we go again.
They covered hillsides around the school.
Kyron!
Kyron's stepmom says she snapped this picture of him at the school's science fair Friday and then left him in the building. He never made it to his first class. He was reported missing 7 hours later when he wasn't on the school bus.
Okay, now this is another.
Why didn't they call her when he was missing from his 10 o'clock class?
This is another issue I have. I had this issue with Maddy Soto's case, which
Why didn't
they supposedly sent an email for Madeline's case, but
Jen never checked her email.
In my son's school, this has been since he's been in kindergarten. If my child does not make it to his first class, they do roll call. Okay. Once they send that, they send it to the office immediately. Then what they do is they put it through into the computer. The computer makes auto calls out to the kids that were not there that day. And it happens usually by 10 a.m. max at the very latest. I get a call. My wife gets a call. Your child was not in school today, blah, blah, blah. In turn, like that happened to me twice. And I went into full panic mode and I'm called to school because I know he got on the bus. Where the hell's my child? And I called back and they were like, it was a mistake. He's here. I talked and I'm like, I want him on the phone now. I want to talk to him. I want to know that he's there. You're going to get him for me now. They did. I spoke to him both times and I'm like, Jesus Christ, that's like a heart attack walking, So why isn't that like a national law, period? If he didn't make it to his first class, they should have done that and made a phone call, in my opinion, by 9:30. They don't do it. And that would have saved so much time. Okay. It would have
because especially, I mean, if Kane would have been notified.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Because she's seen him last, but Kane was working, I'm assuming.
Agreed.
And so she has more of an idea of where he's at than he does. And he's the actual father. And the first time that he even knew that he was missing was at 3 o'clock when they went to school to get him.
Basically, when he didn't get off the bus. So
yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like that should be put in place as protocol for every school.
Kane should have known at 9 o'clock.
So there's all that wasted time. Okay, that anything can happen in, and it could have prevented something maybe or caught up with something. If they knew at 9 or 9:30, 10 o'clock at the latest that morning that he wasn't in school. That's an issue for me. It's always been a problem for me. So, and I know not everybody does. Granted, like in the Soto case, we got an email at 11. Well, who checks their email every day, throughout the day to make sure their child's in school?
And I get so many damn junk mails that,
right.
It might go to spam or something.
I turn my alert off for my email because it goes off so often because of what I do. So I don't hear that. That's a problem. It should be a direct phone call. Such and such was not in school today. Just letting you know, moving forward. So I don't like that. I don't like it at all.
Bus. His parents are talking to police, but not to the press. Wednesday, they said through a spokesperson they want to keep the focus on their son.
I stand here in front of you today because I carry the burden of the sadness and the pain that they're experiencing.
Investigators have interviewed 90% of the students who attend this school and their parents to see if any of them saw Kyron on Friday.
I'm feeling really, really sad, and I'm hoping that Kyron, my best friend, would come back.
This is something that you never want to happen to anyone.
Hattie Kaufman, CBS News, Portland, Oregon.
But how does a 7-year-old boy simply vanish from his school without a single witness seeing him leave? The immediate focus was combing the area to find any trace of Kyron, but suspicion soon turned to those closest to home. Before we get deeper into the investigation, let's learn more about Kyron's family background, as this is key to understanding the tensions brewing under the surface. Kyron was born in 2002 to parents Kyron Horman and Desiree Young, who divorced when Desiree was 8 months pregnant. For the first 2 years of Kyron's life, they had shared custody, but when Desiree was diagnosed with kidney failure in 2004, Kyron was granted full custody. Desiree remained closely involved in Kyron's life, but in 2007, his family dynamic shifted when Kyron married Terry Moulton, a substitute teacher at Skyline Elementary.
What?
Terry quickly formed a bond with young Kyron, and they welcomed a new baby girl named Kiara in 2008. So on the surface, it seemed Kyron had settled into a stable family unit with his dad, stepmom, and little sister. But the investigation into Kyron's
woke up in 84. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, a lot of people are saying they didn't realize she was a teacher.
She was a substitute teacher.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wondered about how that played into that. Could have played into this too. That's just my opinion. Just saying.
Brings me Letitia thoughts.
That's another.
Oh my lord!
She's
my lord. She's in a league of her own. Her and Lori.
Yep.
But now we have Terry.
These people are insane.
Disappearance fractured that facade, exposing bitter conflict and betrayal brewing below. The spotlight first fell on Terry, the last known person to have seen Kyron at school before he vanished. In the critical hours after Kyron went missing, what exactly was Terry doing? According to Terry's statements to police, she left the school just before 9 a.m. and spent the next few hours running errands with her toddler daughter Kiara. Between 9 and 10 a.m., she stopped at 2 different grocery stores. She then drove around town until 11:30, hoping the car motion would soothe Kiara's earache. After an hour at the gym, Terry arrived home around 1:20 p.m. and posted photos from the science fair online, unaware that Kyron was already long missing from school. Terry claimed it was a normal morning of routine errands, but many felt precious time was wasted due to her delay in reporting Kyron's absence. Terry didn't raise the alarm until 3:30 p.m., when Kyron failed to exit his school bus. Suspicions around Terry intensified when shocking allegations came to light, just weeks into the investigation. In late June, Kyron Horman was allegedly approached by police with troubling information about his wife Terry. According to landscaper Rodolfo Sanchez, Terry had approached him 7 months prior in January of 2010 and offered him a lot of money to murder Kyron. Sanchez said he refused.
Mom, do you remember how old Kiara was when this happened?
She was born in 2008. Kyron went missing in 2010, so she would have been right at 2.
2. So okay.
So she wasn't old enough to
No,
she was a baby.
Speak to anybody.
Baby. I couldn't remember if she was 2. I was, for some reason I was thinking she might have been 4, but I didn't think so. Okay. Thank you.
She was the wee little people.
Right. Oh yeah. Okay.
And immediately told Kyron about the incident.
Hello, I'm Tracy Barrett.
And I'm Joe Donlin. First at 6, the Kyron Horman investigation takes another turn. Now a reliable source tells News Channel 8 officers were prepared to arrest stepmom Terry Horman for hiring a hitman to kill her husband. We have News Channel 8 team coverage beginning with Amanda Burden in downtown Portland tonight. Amanda?
Joe, in the last half hour, Kyron's mother and stepfather spoke with reporters in Medford. Kyron's mother was adamant that Terry Horman come forward. This all comes on the heels of another bombshell in this case. More than a month after 7-year-old Kyron Horman disappeared, the focus remains on his stepmother, Terry Horman. Detectives aren't saying that Terry is a person of interest or suspect in the case, but a reliable source tells News Channel 8 that police were prepared to arrest Terry for plotting to kill her husband, Kane. That source tells us last November, Terry offered to pay a landscaper for the murder, saying Kane had hurt her emotionally, and that an undercover detective accompanied the landscaper to Terry's home on June 26th. The source goes on to say that if Terry had implicated herself in trying to arrange Kane's murder, police would have arrested her. The landscaper was wearing a wire, but sources say Terry suspected something was up and cut the conversation short. Later that day, Kane took his 19-month-old daughter and moved out of the family's home. He then filed for divorce and a restraining order. In a 3-page email to local media outlets late last night, Kyron's family wrote no comment in regards to the murder-for-hire plot, but they did confirm that Kyron's mother, father, and stepfather all took polygraph tests and passed. A reliable source tells News Channel 8 that Terry was evasive on her tests. Tonight, Kyron's family urges Terry to work with police. They write, "We continue to issue our plea of her fully cooperating with law enforcement and the investigation to help bring Kyron home as quickly as possible." Now, Kyron's family says they check in with investigators every morning to see what they can do to help. They say they are relentless in that focus. Now, again, Terry Horman has not been named a person of interest or a suspect in this case. And meantime, Kyron's mother and stepfather are in Medford speaking with reporters. We have a crew on scene, and we'll bring that to you shortly. Back to you.
All right, thank you.
When questioned by her lawyer, Terry denied having any such murder-for-hire conversation with Sanchez. But the damning accusations put Terry's actions around Kyron's disappearance under a microscope. If she was capable of plotting to kill her husband months earlier, could she also be involved in Kyron's fate? Terry avoided charges over the murder-for-hire plot, but the turmoil in her marriage reached a breaking point. In late June, Kane filed for divorce.
Well, think about it, you guys. She wanted to hurt him because he caused her emotional pain, quote unquote. Well, that didn't work out. So what better way to hurt him than to hurt his son who he adored? That's my opinion.
Who has Kiara now?
He does.
He does. Yeah.
He does? Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. There was no two ways around that based on what he had said in one of his interviews. So I feel that they will end up asking to come back to homeschooling the way things are going already, but I promised that I would have them try. It's been hard for my own heart. Gotcha.
And obtained a restraining order against Terry. She was only allowed supervised visits with her toddler daughter Kiara thereafter. Adding fuel to the fire against Terry were the results of 2 polygraph tests she took regarding Kyron's disappearance. She failed them both. Terry did have a close friend offering support during the crisis. Dee Dee Spiker was often by her side, providing advice and companionship. But Kyron's parents felt Spiker was encouraging Terry not to cooperate fully with the investigation. Strangely, on the very morning Kyron went missing, Spiker took off from a gardening job without explanation for 90 minutes. She was also linked to Terry purchasing untraceable cell phones. Spiker refused to answer questions when deposed later about her movements and communications that day. Nearly every aspect of Terry's behavior raised red flags to investigators. Local authorities believed she was withholding information vital to finding Kyron. A grand jury subpoenaed several of Terry's inner circle, hoping to gather evidence against her. But no definitive proof ever materialized linking Terry directly to Kyron's fate. Another puzzling lead emerged in August 2010. Police revealed that 2 witnesses saw a mysterious stranger sitting in Terry's parked truck near Skyline Elementary on the morning Kyron disappeared. This sparked massive speculation about an unknown accomplice, but it was unclear if the eyewitnesses were reliable or if this alleged truck occupant really existed. With the investigation stalling, Kyron's mother Desiree filed a civil lawsuit against Terry in 2012. Desiree sought $10 million in damages, convinced that Terry was responsible for her son's disappearance. The lawsuit aimed to prove Terry kidnapped Kyron, but never went to trial.
We're closely following this breaking news in the Kyron Horman case. The little boy has been missing now nearly 2 years. Kyron's mother, Desiree Young, will hold a news conference in about an hour and a half. And KOIN Local 6 reporter Lisa Balick is live at the Multnomah County Courthouse. Lisa, she has reason for filing today.
Yeah, time is running out in order for her to file something against Terry Horman, who is Kyron's stepmom, the last known person to see him alive. And that lawsuit will involve allegations of custodial interference. Now, Desiree Young, who is Kyron's biological mother, has not seen her son since June 4th, 2010, when he disappeared. 2 years is also the deadline for her to bring any kind of civil suit against Terry Horman, who was with Kyron at Skyline School when he disappeared after she dropped him off. Now, despite a grand jury convening, Terry Horman has never been formally named a criminal suspect in the case. Meanwhile, though, the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office is still actively working this case.
As we get closer to the anniversary of Kyron's disappearance, of course, more interest publicly is there. And, so that's why, we wanted to let the public know that we are still looking for Kyron, and we are still investigating this case as an active case.
Now, by the way, custodial interference is about keeping a child from their legal guardian permanently or for an extended period of time. Now, so far, Terry Horman has always refused to comment whatsoever about where Kyron could be. Also, she is living in Medford, far from her husband, estranged husband, that is, Kyron Horman, who is here in Portland. We'll be at the news conference later on this afternoon, and we'll have a full report for you. Reporting for you live in downtown Portland, Lisa Balick, KOIN Local 6.
All right, Lisa, thanks for the update. And be sure to stay with us at KOIN Local 6 for continuing coverage of today's news conference. We plan to bring it to you live on the air and online when it starts at 1:30 this afternoon. We'll also have the latest online at KOINLocal6.com, and you can follow us on Facebook and Twitter.
As months turned into years with no breaks in the case, authorities scaled back the active search for Kyron. But the investigation remains open, and local police have implied as recently as 2017 that they still suspect Terry's involvement. She maintains her innocence to this day. Kyron's heartbroken parents cling to the hope that he could still be alive somewhere. June of 2010 was the last verified sighting of him at school, caught in those smiling photos taken by his stepmom Terry. He vanished shortly thereafter, without leaving a single definitive clue behind. Next, let's examine some of the main theories surrounding this baffling cold case. First is the premise that Terry Horman, Kyron's stepmother, was responsible for or directly involved in his disappearance. Her erratic behavior and lack of cooperation after Kyron went missing raised instant alarm bells. Failing 2 polygraph tests about Kyron's fate also cast major suspicion on Terry. The basis for accusing Terry stems from her being the last person known to have seen Kyron, combined with her apparent deception about her movements and actions that morning. Some speculate Terry may have harmed Kyron herself as an act of child abuse or rage. Others believe she could have arranged for someone else to abduct Kyron. No evidence proves this, but it remains the strongest theory pursued by investigators. Another unproven but possible theory involves a mysterious truck driver seen parked outside the school that morning. Perhaps this unknown man, either acting alone or in collusion with Terry, abducted Kyron and whisked him away. It's alleged Terry may have hired this accomplice to kidnap her stepson, but the reliability of the witness accounts are uncertain, and the notion of Kyron being taken by a total stranger seems difficult to pull off unseen. Family dysfunction has also been scrutinized as a factor allowing foul play to occur. Could ongoing marital problems between Terry and Kane have influenced Kyron's disappearance if one wanted to hurt the other by harming their child? Some think Terry's close friend, Dee DeSpicker, knows more than she revealed, but proof of any plot between them is lacking. Of course, we have to address the possibility that Kyron simply left the school grounds alone that day. He was old enough at 7 years old to wander off by himself, whether by choice or because he was lured away by someone. But it seems improbable he could get very far outside without being spotted. And why would he voluntarily disappear for good? Runaway seems an unlikely scenario. Lastly, there's the remote chance Kyron met with a tragic accident, like falling into a construction site or drowning in water nearby the school. But extensive searches found zero trace of him, and you would expect his remains or belongings to turn up eventually if foul play wasn't involved. Those are the main theories, but with no arrests or strong forensic evidence, Kyron's fate is still shrouded in mystery. Stepping back to look at the big picture, let's go over the key aspects of this baffling case. We know Kyron arrived safely at school on June 4th, 2010. He was last seen around 8:45 a.m. walking the halls. By 10 a.m., he was absent from his class without explanation and marked missing. No witnesses have come forward reporting sightings of him leaving the school grounds. His backpack and glasses were also left behind, suggesting he didn't run away alone. His stepmother Terry was the last person to have seen Kyron at school before he disappeared. But her statements about her movements between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. are dubious. She also failed 2 polygraph tests on Kyron's disappearance and didn't report him missing for hours. Terry exhibited other concerning behavior during the investigation, including alleged murder-for-hire plots against Kyron's dad and purchasing untraceable cell phones. 2 witnesses reported seeing a mysterious person sitting in Terry's parked truck near the school that morning. But this person's existence is uncertain, and there's no clear link between them, Terry and Kyron. Police seem confident with evidence suggesting Terry's involvement, though no charges have ever been brought against her. Kyron's mother, Desiree, filed a civil lawsuit accusing Terry of kidnapping him, but the lawsuit was dropped. Authorities are still seeking tips and leads to progress the case. But after nearly...
Did you say something? I'm sorry.
I just wondered why.
Why?
The charges were dropped.
Oh. I think they're about to explain it. 1 second.
13 years, Kyron's fate is still unknown.
Oh, maybe not. Do you know that, Mom, why the charges probably, I would say probably insufficient evidence, maybe.
Yeah, you have to have sufficient evidence to keep charges against somebody. So there's no trace evidence of him disappearing. Right. He just vanished. Like, I hate it. I hate that word. I hate even using that word with a child's missing case, but he vanished into thin air.
The timeline is so strange to me. It's just so weird, and I just don't understand how nobody saw this.
Well, I think she needs to be further and more deeply questioned on what she was doing for errands that day.
Well, she went to get medication for the child because she had an ear infection, and she said she drove around to try to calm her down.
Then she took her to daycare
on back roads.
Then
Keep that in mind. She drove around on back roads
that nobody could see, which no cameras saw. That's why that's bullshit. Sorry.
Have those back roads been thoroughly searched?
He has been searched for, yes.
Oh, they really went. They looked for him. Yeah,
they did phenomenal. And B, I agree. That's why I said I hate that word to even use it in the same sentence. But for lack of better words.
Yeah, if you've watched any of the press conferences where they've talked about him, very rarely do you see. Well, not rarely, but it's not often that you see like the police officers or whoever that are giving the press conferences break down in tears.
There was several of them.
Yes. It's really sad. Like they were like really wanting to find this child. They know law enforcement themselves, from what I've taken in on my own account to see that, they know that she did something. They know she did, but they can't prove it, and it's pissing them off just as much as it does the rest of us. So
yeah. And I'm wondering if they're still watching her. You know what I mean?
I'm guaranteeing they are. I guarantee you they are.
I'll put it this way: even if law enforcement's not watching her, she's not alone.
No, there's a lot of people watching her. Yes,
yeah. I was gonna say
she's not alone. Like I said, her and her fancy schmancy car and her little high living life that she lives. No, she's not alone. Believe that. Believe that.
She moved out of that area because she knows people are watching her. And even where she's at now, people, I guarantee you, are waiting for her to fuck up so that they can do what they got to do.
Exactly.
So, just saying.
He would be 20 years old today. The lack of solid clues or evidence pointing definitively to what happened is immensely frustrating. Other than Terry's highly suspicious behavior, there is little else to go on. No trace of Kyron himself has ever emerged, dead or alive. Without a body or crime scene, police have no starting point. Any physical evidence was likely lost in the hours between Kyron's disappearance and it being reported. And there were certainly missteps made early on in the investigation that can't be undone. The school not realizing Kyron was missing until the very end of the day severely hampered the search effort. Key locations like Terry's truck were not immediately secured and examined. Valuable witness testimony and surveillance footage near the school was not promptly obtained. Of course, the biggest questions still linger. Did Terry Horman orchestrate Kyron's disappearance, or was she uninvolved? Could Kyron have been abducted by a mystery person in broad daylight from school? Might he have wandered off alone and met with misfortune? Is it possible he is still out there alive somewhere, perhaps being raised under a new identity, unaware of his true origins? Without more evidence, we can only speculate. But something sinister clearly happened to this poor child. An entire community was shaken by Kyron's vanishing and the dark secrets it unearthed. For his loved ones left behind, the agony of not knowing continues. They still cling to hope that Kyron might be found. But as each year passes, the chilling reality sets in that the truth may never be uncovered. This concludes our deep dive into the perplexing disappearance of Kyron Horman. I hope sharing the details of his troubling case keeps attention focused on this unsolved mystery. We have to keep searching for answers to what happened on that June morning in 2010. Somewhere out there, the clues still exist to solve this tragic puzzle. Thank you for joining me today on True Crime.
So that's a quick, kind of little docu on it. But I can't put together how she did this. I just can't.
Is there surveillance ever at the gym?
I think they looked at that.
So if I was just going to speculate on what could possibly have happened, there is a side door to that school. So per se, if you and your best friend were going to articulate the kidnapping of a child that you wanted to do away with because of your jealous craziness, the best way to get that child out of the school that you know very well because of your employment choices, you would go out that side door, have said person waiting in your vehicle out in front of the school, take the child, be gone, be seen on a couple of surveillance videos because you're not completely stupid and, these crime, ID's been around for a long time. Make sure that you're seen on a couple surveillance videos. You got some paper trail going on there and claim that you drove down a bunch of back roads.
Yeah. Yep.
If I was to speculate about someone and their best friend possibly abducting a child, and
what do you think happened after that? What do you think? If that's what happened, we'll just say that's what happened, okay? What do you think? What do you think happened to him at that point?
I think that if that was what happened, and allegedly if said person was going to kidnap this child and do something out of anger to get back at possibly a father or someone that cared dearly for him, they could have possibly have took his life and dumped him somewhere.
Yeah.
And since it was not treated as it should have been in the beginning, you know,
we are.
landfills fill up, bodies of water wash away, etc., etc.
I'm going to take you guys back 14 years ago
And here we are.
show you what was categorized at that time as a imminent arrest. After what Mom just said, think about it. And I still don't understand how and why it didn't happen.
Updated in the search for missing 7-year-old Kyron Horman. After getting thousands of tips, the investigation now appears to have gone full circle, and we're told an arrest could be right around the corner. Correspondent Priya David Clemens is in Portland this morning with the latest. Priya, good morning.
Erica, good morning to you. Investigators have fielded 3,300 tips from around the world, and yet Saturday they ended up back here at Skyline Elementary School where the little boy was last seen. Police say the person who saw him last, his stepmother, Terry Horman, could hold the key to bringing him home. Investigators returned to Skyline Elementary School over the weekend, searching for clues that might lead them to Kyron Horman.
He's still out there. He's still out there. We just need to find him.
Officials say they've made significant progress in the criminal investigation, but are not releasing any details. In a written response to journalists' questions, they say Kyron's stepmother, Terry Horman, quote, has been cooperative, and other times she has not. Since hiring a defense attorney on June 28th, she's been silent.
If the investigative team found out what happened to Kyron, Terry Horman would be arrested imminently.
Kyron's parents have begged Terry to talk. They're also pleading with her close friend, Dee Dee Spiker, to cooperate. They claim Spiker is giving Terry advice that's not in the best interests of their son. Last week, the FBI searched Spiker's home.
So give your side of the story, please, Dee Dee.
New questions are still emerging about Terry Horman's actions the day her stepson disappeared. Several hours remain unexplained. She claimed she left Kyron at school at 8:45, and at 11:39, she went to the gym. In that 3-hour gap, she said she went shopping and driving her 19-month-old daughter around to soothe an earache. But that has not been corroborated by anyone.
I can tell you what I ate that day, and she can't tell you where she was.
She posted Kyron's picture on her Facebook page that afternoon. Kyron was reported missing 7 hours after he vanished.
All these things add up to a human being that doesn't make sense.
Now, the Multnomah County Sheriff is expected to speak tomorrow after several weeks of silence, which has many here hoping for some answers or a break in the case soon. Erica.
Priya, thanks. Priya David Clemens in Portland this morning.
I'd be honest with you. I'd be interested in hearing something from the little sister. I gotta wonder what the little sister has seen or heard over the past 14 years. And wonder if something has been spoken on about this around her, maybe, or something she's caught on to. You know what I'm saying? I'm just curious. Oh, God, this one drives me nuts.
Dee Dee drives me crazy, too.
Yes. I guarantee you that's who's involved. That's clearly my opinion, but clearly something I'm very strong about.
Clearly obvious.
Yep.
In my opinion, allegedly.
Allegedly, yes.
Oregon is attorney Bruce McCain. He's a former captain in the Multnomah County Sheriff's Office. He retired just last year. Good to have you with us this morning.
Well, thank you, Erica, for having me.
There are new reports out that Terry Horman told her stepson Kyron's teachers on the morning he disappeared that he had a doctor's appointment later that day. She claims she said she alerted them to the appointment, which was going to happen the following Friday. I know you look at that information, you say there's something that doesn't work here.
Well, yeah, it's actually quite significant because this was actually the last day of school. So a doctor's appointment the following Friday would have been pretty irrelevant to the school. But the critical thing about this June 4th doctor's appointment is that put the school in the position of not being concerned at all that Kyron was not in his class, wasn't at lunch, and wasn't on the bus that afternoon. So it looks like, at least this point, Terry was able to bring Kyron.
And Terry knew how the school would react to that situation, being a substitute teacher at the same school. Okay? Don't forget that kind of stuff.
To school, establish his presence there, and then perhaps take him away. At least that's the theory they're working on, without the school picking up the phone and calling Kane at work, for example.
So, and we should point out again, she is not a suspect at this point. But as you're putting that together, you spent many years, obviously, with the sheriff's department. Does that tell you that there could be some sort of premeditated plan here?
Well, obviously that looks like it very much would be a planned issue, especially with the deceptive answers she gave later about, gee, I think I meant June 11th, which would have been long after the school was already out. So the key right now is going back and focusing and reconstructing every hour and minute that she spent.
Which absolutely, just like he just said, would be the dumbest thing to say. June 11th, the school doesn't care about that. They're closed already. The kids are out for the summer. You have no reason to report that to the school. So that shows how stupid, that's just stupid. So
on that fateful June 4th to find out exactly where the holes are in her original story.
And part of that timeline is a 3-hour block of time where we're not really sure what was happening between the time she dropped Kyron off the last time she saw him at school and when she showed up at the gym. There's also a 90-minute window that a friend of hers, Dee Dee Spicer, around that same time is being questioned about. What do you make of those gaps?
Well, again, those are very significant, especially given the close relationship between Dee Dee and Terry. And once again, the investigators right now seem to be putting pressure on Terry's closest friends, associates, and family to basically tell them it's time to get on the right side of this issue. And Dee Dee right now seems to be on Terry's side, and we'll see how long that lasts. But that critical 90 minutes for both of them is where they seem to be focusing their efforts on the June 4th day.
And speaking of Dee Dee, her home has been searched. Kyron's mother and father say she's hampering the investigation. The sheriff's department, though, did recently come out and answer some questions from journalists via email. They've been quiet for a little while. One of them that really stuck out was a question about whether or not they have any information to believe Kyron is alive. They didn't answer it directly.
Yeah, I think that actually is very significant, partly because of this email questions. Again, this has been a very, very strange and frustrating public relations piece from my former employer. But what we have is they took 3 days to carefully parse those answers. And you're absolutely right, Eric, is that the question was, do you have any information to believe he's alive? And they could not bring themselves to say yes. The best they could do is, we continue to hope. And frankly, that puts the sheriff's office in the same position as thousands of Oregonians and others around the country that are looking for Kyron.
Based on your experience, the number of years you spent there with the department, what do you think may have happened?
Well, the bottom line is Kyron is either alive or dead, and that's the blunt truth right now. So right now, the key is to try to put pressure on Terry, and perhaps through an arrest on an unrelated criminal episode. This would be the murder for hire plot. And using that, they could potentially leverage the truth about Kyron out of him, out of both of the people that were involved in this. But right now, Kyron is simply missing, and nobody, including investigators, seem to know what happened to him.
Bruce McCain, appreciate your insight. Thanks for being with us this morning.
Thank you, Erica.
Yeah, I wish they could find something to arrest Dee Dee on and hold her and sweat her, because I think that she could give up whatever the information is that needs to be talked about that maybe could break something in this. So,
sad.
What's that?
It's sad.
Oh, it's beyond sad. So there's that, guys. I don't want to go into too much of it because I'm gonna put this out as a full show one day to completely put it out there.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch the Kendall's video on it now.
Yeah, I'm gonna put a full video out, a full show on the whole thing, because there's one point I think Terry even went on Dr. Phil's show one time which was a
It
joke.
looked like maybe they were on Dr. Phil or a show of some sort in
Mm.
one of those pictures.
I do believe that she did. Oh, hold on a minute here.
Is it kind of brought Kane and Desiree together a little bit?
Probably, I would imagine. I saw, they
seem to be pretty supportive of
Yeah.
each other. Like they're,
I'm sure there's been ups and downs. As a mother or as a parent, I know there's rough times when it comes to stuff like this, and one parent may blame the other. You married this witch, you did this, you did that type stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm sure as long as they're supporting each other and they're standing by each other, that's what matters. So,
well, and it kind of gives me Haley Cummings vibes too.
Yeah. The area where stepmom's phone pinged is next to the Willamette River. I remember hearing that, Jenny. Which again, it's been stated already that that's a grand possibility that happened. So,
like I said, water flows.
Yep. I was gonna throw this at you guys real quick too. A lot of people have emailed and asked, what was Maddy Soto's cause of death? Blah 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 blah.
So this was put out in the very beginning. If you guys that followed Maddy's case, there was a news article that was put out very early on, and it spoke about how her autopsy would not be released, and the ME released her cause of death.
Yeah,
which irritates the living hell out of me because it should have never been released to start with.
No,
they released it.
No, they're not going to release her autopsy.
No, that's not going to happen at all. Thank
but
God.
They did release her cause of death.
Well, they kind of hint to what it is. Okay. But this was re-released 4 days ago. I've got so many emails about this because I covered her case, but that's all this is. It doesn't give anything else. And if there was anything ever put out, I'm not going to put it out.
No, it won't be put out. It would be illegal, and I will go after all their asses.
Yeah, that's true too. But I'm just saying, guys, I wouldn't want to put that out anyway because there's no need for that. The girl's gone. That's something I've said before. Like, there's a lot of people out there that want to know sick and specific details. I don't understand that. This child went through hell and torture and hell again, and she's no longer with us. She's gone. She's deceased. That's all we need to know. That's the most horrible thing. We don't need details. Knowing details is not going to bring her back. It's not going to change what happened to her. It's not going to make it any less horrific what this piece of shit did. Excuse me. And it's not going to give him any more time knowing what we would know. So it's just relentless and stupid to do that. You know what I mean? And I'm grateful that certain people help to get laws passed to protect things like that. No names put out there.
Well, thank you, sir.
Just
no
saying.
Names.
Just saying.
No names.
But yes, you're welcome, Mom.
Yeah, it took me a week and many phone calls and several emails and talking to state representatives and people that I don't mesh well with because
sure,
I'm just not, that type of fancy schmancy person. But but Gannon is the reason that I did what I did. I never, I didn't know Maddy. I'd never heard her name. And it was something that laid really passionately on my heart. And because I was able to reach out to those contacts and spend time, and hell, I've never wrote a bill before, but I sat down and I did it because if you're going to be a part of the change and you're going to bitch about not having change, do it. Make the change.
Yeah, because listen, me aside, Mom aside, other creators aside, there have been creators that care more about drawing people in, such as Zab Girl and something Annie put out, that will put that kind of stuff out there as crime scene photos and stuff like that. That no, absolutely no. What the actual hell is wrong with you? So
especially when they're minors.
Because they're minors, yes. Agreed, Kylie. And have a wonderful night, B. It was wonderful to see you, and I do hope to see you again soon.
It's like,
Yeah.
you know, on those damn documents.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, I understand that we have the sunshine law here, and that's all fine and great, and that's for transparency purposes and yada yada and all that good stuff. But no, that's not okay. If you are a creator or you are a crime enthusiast and you want to read those on your own time, and you have the mental capability and the stomach to read those documents on your own time, kudos to you. I made it through a paragraph and a half on a live, the first set of documents that weren't even directly attached to Maddy. They were what was found on his devices. And I stopped mid-sentence and made it very clear that, yes, I have everything. I have all the documents. I had somebody offer to send me the photo that was leaked on Instagram. You know, but no, I will not be putting that out because I will not re-victimize Maddy and destroy her memory when her family has sit on an interview on mainstream TV and said, we can't read the documents.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't read them. So no, I don't agree with it.
Put it out.
Everybody to their own, but I don't agree with it.
That's why part of the reason why I've only gone so far with what I've covered on it, because.
And I appreciate you respectfully covering Maddy, Dago. I do.
Yeah.
With all my heart and soul. And you know that. And we've talked personally about that, privately about the fact that I appreciate the way that you have covered Maddy. But there are some people that have took it way too damn far, and they should be ashamed of themselves. What if it was their daughter? What if it was their family? What if it was their niece? What if it was their best friend?
Right. No, I understand. And it's just, guys, it's me personally. I could have done the same thing. You know, I have documents here. I have things. And I did go into some pieces and parts of it. And I almost kind of like Mom. I was just like, that's enough. You know, like, I don't need to put all this specifics out. And you guys all know what happened. You guys get the gist of it. That's enough. That's enough to know what this monster did. We don't need to sit here and talk about word for word for word for word. No. This little girl went through hell and back. She was tortured for most of her life. Okay. Most of her childhood, she was tortured. If anything that she needs to have at this point is she needs to have a clear voice to tell her story. And she needs to have any bit of dignity that can be left with her as she was laid to rest. End of story. That's how I feel. That's all I feel about it. And that's why I won't go and do some of the other stuff that I could have done, just because of that. That's all. Not because I don't want to put it out or I can't put it out or because I'm whatever. You know, I'm not there. Nobody's ever said that. It's just I want everybody to understand why I haven't done it. It's just out of just general respect for Maddy Soto, period. So, and thank you, Mom, for acknowledging me that way. I appreciate that very much.
Yeah, and thank you. Like I said, thank you for respectfully covering her case. And there's, you know, maybe 3 other people that I would verbally say thank you to for respectfully covering her cases. But a lot of these channels that have covered her case, you know, I always make it a point. If you see me in a drama channel, a crime channel, or what I call a shit channels chat, it's probably because they're covering one of the cases that are close to my heart. And I'm not in there for support. I'm in there because I be off in everybody's bushes. And don't be acting stupid, because then I'm going to get blocked from your chat.
Right. That's it. I agree. I do agree. Yeah, I try to keep it as respectful as I can. And that's another case. I've been there since the beginning. It's driven me nuts. You know, Mom, we know that she's been fully supportive and 100% from the beginning as well. She's been to the memorial site multiple times. She's built a memorial, built part of that memorial herself. She's planted flowers and plants and just all sorts of stuff, you guys. So
I have flowers here. She has a memorial here at my home.
Right.
Like, that's how close I am with
Yeah, she's been
remembering her in the light is I actually have a memorial here at my home.
absolutely.
And
that
it's a flower that shouldn't even grow for 3 more months, and it's bloomed 3 times.
that says a whole lot to me. I gotta say. So yeah, you gotta carry. You gotta carry some decency and regard for these cases, guys. It just, you have to. They're very sad as it is. It's uncomfortable in some ways to talk about a lot of it. It really is. But it's still, the awareness still needs to be out there what this creep did, what happens to these children in some senses, and that these people are still out there. They do exist in real life, you guys. That's why I put it out. To be careful, to watch them, and to know, this is Madeline's way of saying, this is what happened to me. Make sure he pays for it, and this doesn't happen to another child. And that's why we do what we do, all of us that cover this. So
I still want to know. I still want to know why there hasn't been any more arrests in her situation.
Well,
I mean, I think I know what's going on, but
I think we all want to know, especially after some of the statements that have been made at this point. I think we all are sitting here going, what in the actual hell are you guys waiting for? The stupidity is evident. The ignorance is evident. And I don't care what anybody tells me at this point. It's going to be very hard for me to believe.
What is Maddie's, like, I haven't heard Maddie's dad, I guess.
Oh, I have. I played an interview with him a while back. He's destroyed. Okay.
I'm sure.
He's destroyed.
You just don't hear much about him, I guess.
Well, he doesn't talk much about it because he's destroyed. Yeah. I think he probably carries a bit of guilt. That's my personal opinion. He shouldn't, but
right.
One of the things that Jen did was, and I don't know if it was all her own doing, if Stearns had anything to do with it, if Jen's family had anything to do with it. But I do believe that he was purposely kept from Madeline. And I think that, that's another one, Alicia. He deserves his privacy to heal. I have no heartfelt feelings towards Jen at this point to give her that option, in my, from my side of things, is all I'm saying. You're going to have to show me something that is going to blow my mind completely out of the water to make me believe that Jen had no knowledge of this.
Right.
And didn't support this in some form or fashion. So that's all I'm saying as far as that's concerned. But Tyler is her father. You could read him like a book, the interview he gave.
Yeah.
That's a broken person. That man is broken in half, because I'm broken for him as a parent, to look at what was going through his mind, that if I just had my child, this would have happened and he'd be here with us. I know that's how he was, what he was thinking during certain questioning. So, and they have a great family, him and who he's with now, and that whole thing. I mean, they're good people, and Maddie had that option.
If I was him, I might be in a jumpsuit as well, because I might go off on Jen.
Well, that's another thing.
I would want to just.
He's actually been.
I want to strangle them both. Let's just put it that way.
He's actually been very well grounded through this about that. It's been brought to his attention, and he's been pretty good considering. I would have went nuts, but he's not giving any grace. He basically stated about her responsibility and stuff like that. But if nothing else, I'm damning her for not allowing that child to go to that man and have the relationship that they should have had. And he could have stepped in and ended this. I have a feeling that Stearns may have taken part in keeping Madeline away from her father. That's just an opinion I have.
He didn't want her to say anything to him.
Well, he's not, Stearns is dumb, but he's not completely stupid.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he knows that if she's close to her father, it very well may ruin his night, if you know what I'm saying. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
So
that's gross.
I had to come back. Mom, you are right. I've been in some crazy chats and left a few changes because of the disrespect. So yes, I agree with you. Oh, well, thank you, V. Channel. Oh, I know what you meant, dear. That's okay. So that was directed towards you, Mom. So yes. And thank you, V, very much. This is such a lovely lady right here, guys. She really is. She's very sweet. And she's been in here with me since I started in true crime. So God bless. I really appreciate you, V, and I hope to see you again tomorrow too. So yeah. Anyway, I'm just gonna play this real quick and then we'll be done with that. They're talking about some of the I'll explain it once we watch it.
And we're also reviewing new documents today in 13-year-old Maddy Soto's murder case. She vanished 6 months ago, and Kissimmee police just released dozens of pages revealing new information about what happened to her. West 2's Bob Hazen has been digging through this report that includes a possible cause of death.
This report says that Maddy was strangled and murdered, and it also says that the accused killer searched the internet for a powerful anesthetic. Police searched the cell phone of Stephen Stearns very soon after 13-year-old Maddy Soto disappeared. We already knew that they allegedly found pictures and videos of him sexually abusing Maddy in the home where she lived with her mom in Kissimmee. But this new case supplemental report from Kissimmee police also says they found his Google searches, and they included looking up the drug sevoflurane. That's described as an anesthetic often used in surgeries. It can cause hypnosis and amnesia, plus cause a person to lose the ability to move their muscles. The report notes, quote, "It is unknown why Stephen would be searching this item using the search terms of show up in drug test when he wasn't attempting to get a job or he didn't have any children that were having surgery. Those searches were done a week."
Now, that took me back when I saw that drug itself. I know a little bit about what it is. He mentioned tranquilizers at one point himself, okay? It brought a very disgusting thought to my mind as to what he was doing, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that there was, if he did get a hold of it, that there was a failed situation that happened, and I think that is what ended Maddy's life, because it didn't work how he expected it to, and she tried to defend herself, I think, and he had to stop that and shut her down. And I think that's what happened, truly. That's my opinion, but we'll find out. But that shows you the depth of disgusting ignorance this monster carried to do what he did.
What people go through to do what they do.
That's 100%. Like, what this piece of shit was born straight from hell, in my opinion. Straight out of hell, okay? To go to that depth, to do what you wanted to do to a child for years.
And my thing is like, his parents look normal. Like, they look like decent people, but they
know who he is.
They know it. And he's a literal man-child that's been spoiled his whole life. And look at where it's got him.
I'm going to hold them in my own mind and in my own little court accountable for him as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the situation. Good night, Tomboy. Because they knew who he could be and who he had been, and could have done something to put a stop to this before Maddy lost her life, was victimized. And God knows, I pray to God there aren't any other victims of his.
That's my question.
There could be. There could be.
But he has a life before Jen, I'm sure.
Listen, yeah, but you hear in the phone calls that I played for you guys, you hear his mother make a statement, and she's talking to Chris, his father, and she says that motherfucker did this and that. She knew who he is. She knows who he is. She knew who he was. I'm sorry, and knew then what he did. Or she wouldn't have went outside yelling for Madeline, knowing that her son, the fucking creep that he is, probably did something. Okay, because you're thinking about how he's been in his past. Chris even relates to that and says, well, he was always this way or that way or did this or did that. Guys, I get hot when I talk about this. I'm sorry. So I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry because I don't want to offend anybody, but I'm going to say what I'm going to say on this because that's how I feel. They could have locked him down then. They could have done something about him back then. He's just a little mama's boy, bitch, nothing of a man whatsoever.
And she lets him be.
That's what I'm saying. She allowed for this, and I'm telling you,
And
his
he
mother.
did too.
I hold the mother mostly accountable for him at this point. He's here. I will say this. This piece of garbage can make his own choices. His mother didn't hold his hand and make him do it. Neither did his dad. But I think they knew who he was at some point, and they could have stepped in and either sent him for help or went to somebody and said, my son is dark. He needs some help. He needs something. You need to lock him up or something. And it could have avoided this situation, in my opinion. So I'm just saying, in my own little mind, I hold them accountable as well. That's all. Oh, my God. My
Mom.
God, it makes me so mad. Are you still there, Mom?
I'm still here.
Okay.
Oh, I agree with you 100%.
I know you do.
There are signs there. There were signs. I mean, if your grown-ass son has got a torso in his room, I'm sorry, red flag, hello. And do I believe that his mommy cleaned his room and made his bed? Absolutely, I do. And I'm sorry for my language, y'all, but yes,
No,
absolutely, I do. And if your grown-ass son is playing with freaking toys and has no adult drive
no adult basic.
whatsoever,
Right? There's no drive there at all.
if there are women coming forward and saying, this stuff has happened to me, or if friends are coming to you and saying this stuff has happened to me, then yeah, hello.
You saw it.
I'm sorry. Get some freaking help for your kid, please, for the sake of all the other children.
Before it's too late.
Get some help. Right.
But it's
and I
already
mean, with the mom, going outside and yelling Maddie's name, I'm sorry, that's not a normal response.
No, that is a telltale piece
That
of evidence.
is, I know my son's a fucking weirdo, and he
Uh-huh.
probably did something to this kid.
Yep. And I think Chris knew that as well. You could hear in the interview he did with police, the things he was hinting around to, the things that he was actually touching on. I fully believe that he truly thought at that point that his son did this. Sorry.
And you guys, I guess the saddest part for me is one of the saddest parts is that these people are like my age.
Mm-hmm.
This is like my generation of parents. And it's just absolutely I am absolutely ashamed to be in this generation of these parents.
Well, it's not everybody, JC.
It's not. But I this is all I do. You have to understand.
No, I get it. I do.
This is all I do. I work and I listen to this crap. And it's just I mean, I know my people aren't, my personal life people are not anywhere near this. But just to think that I think outside the box, and this is my thinking outside the box, and this is reality, and it's not a good one.
No, it's not. And thank you, Alicia. She said, I don't know that dad is just as guilty of knowing who he was. He said it himself in that police interview. Here's the thing, too, though. Thank you, Alicia. Dad was a police officer. Okay.
Oh my God.
And police officers are trained to see these things, to know these things. This is your child. That's just how it is. With that training behind you, you had to have seen something that would tell you this is not right. That's all I'm saying,
My parents are teachers, and they and they looked for shit.
Right. And that's a good point, Callie. I just wonder who he learned his behavior from. Well, and that's a thing. I am telling you, his mother, Deborah, whatever you want to call her, Stearns, there's something off about her. She's strange. Multiple people have claimed that she's strange. She has some weird qualities. I don't know what they are, and I'm not going to be accusatory of her. All I'm going to tell you is that she helped to raise this child. Whatever she allowed around him or allowed him to be around maybe had something to do with it. Or I don't know, you guys, but I don't trust her any more than I trust him. I'll just put it that way.
Where's he from?
Florida. I believe
Originally.
yeah, I think they're from that area originally, aren't
Has
they?
he
Or no.
always been?
Oh, wait a minute. No. Hold on. Why do I remember some other place that they were living at one point? Shit. I know it's in a document that I read. I'll have to go back, JC, but I know that his parents
much Florida.
Northport. Yeah, there was another part of Florida, wasn't there?
Yeah, his dad was a cop here in Orlando.
Okay.
Back in the day, and he owns real estate all over the state of Florida, and they moved to Northport.
Yeah, so I think he grew up pretty much in Northport, but he was in Orlando.
Are they well to do?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's what I figured, but
I mean, they're not like, Hollywood Boulevard, Beverly Hills rich, but they're good. They're good.
They're well off.
Very much so.
Look, I put it this way. I do all right. I'm not up here boasting or nothing. I work 40 hours a week. I work for every damn thing I own, but I ain't moving to Northport anytime soon.
Right. Yeah, no, I get it. Which, God, Northport. Same place that Chris and Roberta Laundrie live in. Raised another piece of shit,
Yeah, Northport is a very high-end area.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, another situation of a set of parents that raised another piece of shit child.
What is wrong with people? I just don't.
And defended him. They defended Brian. They hid Brian. They helped Brian. They knew what Brian did.
They didn't ask where's Gabby when he returned, and then they took him on.
We know they did. We know he told them because he was another piss ass baby bitch mama boy.
And then they took him on a camping weekend for Labor Day when he got back.
Yeah, and then they knew exactly where he was, because anybody that tells me that they didn't know where that dude was when they went there that day and found him, when Chris walked right up to him, you're a liar. You're a liar. Sorry. They knew where he was.
I think they aren't but I did hear the Petitos are finally suing the Laundries, though, aren't they?
Oh yeah. Good. I hope.
Are they still going through that, or does anybody know what the?
I believe that's still going on. I hope Joe Petito gets every single bit of what he deserves out of that too. Everything he can for that child.
Well, and her mom too. I mean, both the families.
Right. Awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah, mute it.
Yeah, they were at CrimeCon. I never got to see them though, but I'm sure they'll be back.
The Petitos, they've been involved in a lot. Hold on
they
a
were
minute.
at CrimeCon. I hope they go to Denver.
Agreed.
And I also hope Candace Cooley goes back to Denver too, because I didn't get to see her either. Dylan Rounds' mom.
Yeah, that would be great.
I missed a whole day of it because of my flight. So
the music came from YouTube, but I don't know if they'll hit you or not.
Well, I'm not worried about that. I just was trying to make it big enough to show everybody. I don't know if you guys see this, but Mom put this together. It's a cactus that there it is.
So I got her a bright green one.
Is that Maddie's?
Yeah.
That's Maddie's cactus that I took to her memorial because her flowers got mowed down.
Mm-hmm.
They got weeded down, so I got her cactuses. And when I went and got her cross, I actually thought of something that Dago said one night on a live, and it says, "Cardinals appear when ones we love are near."
That's right.
And then the one with the big thorns on it, you guys can read the captions. I'm saying that I got her a cactus with big thorns because I wish she would have had thorns to protect herself from the monster.
Yep. And then Mom was live when she put that out there, so I remember that. Yeah.
So it
Great.
could
And
be
that's
fixed up.
her, for those of you that don't know, hold on. That's her father, Tyler, right there, for anybody that didn't know that. I feel so, I just want to hug this guy every day. Every time I see him, I want to hug him. I'm telling you. That's great, Mom. Thank you for sending me that.
Yep. And then the 2 pictures are 2 of her flowers. I can't find the other one, but it's fixing to bloom again. But I sent you 2 still shots.
Okay.
One of them bloomed the first time that the monster went to court. And y'all, I've never grown anything in my life. I have 3 cactuses that have held on to life for the past 2.5 years by, I don't know, the skin of their teeth, because I don't have a green thumb. Never have. Not something that I can do. And that one bloomed about a month ago. And it's fixing to bloom again. They're called rain lilies.
Very pretty too. I like your
They
little. I like the
attract
little
birds and butterflies.
I love the little tubs that you have for those. Those are neat.
Mhm. I like the color of it,
Mm-hmm.
of the rain lily.
My stepdaughter picked them out. They were bulbs, and I planted the bulb. And like I said, she has a little memorial outside. It's kind of a crappy picture, but it's just something I snapped. Because we have deer, and the deer don't eat it, but I found one of those huge invasive crickets out there one day.
Eating
it.
Very pretty flower, though. It is very, very pretty.
But
Absolutely.
I walked out there the first time that he went to court, and it had bloomed, and I literally was on my knees on my Sunday. It put me on my knees.
Oh,
because it was almost like her saying, "Hey, thank you. I'm okay now."
Oh, here it is. Thank you, Mom.
For what? What'd I do?
You sent me the alleged photo of Sarah Boone, her son.
Oh,
and
yeah. I highlighted his face out.
Yeah, thank you for that. But yeah, look, here it is, you guys. I wasn't lying. That's it right there. You see, Sarah's name is at the top of this. That's a picture of her child's face there up to the side, but that's who's in that suitcase.
Oh, my Lord.
Far sent it to me.
Yeah, there you are. Fact is fact. Unbelievable.
Absolutely.
So, one more. I hope they have that. I hope prosecution has that photograph too to show.
Her Facebook is private, but there are other places that you can find it. And as I was looking for it, Far sent it to me on Messenger.
Thank you, Far. Appreciate that very much. But yeah, there it is. Boom. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. These cases just kill me anymore. They do. They do. Hey, Pebbles.
And when I get quiet, I'm usually digging for something up here.
You're okay. You're fine. All right. Let's finish this up. Or drugged. Make sure they say that. Drugged, because I believe that's what it was.
There's no audio.
It's muted, Dago.
I'm sorry?
It's muted.
Oh, sorry. Hold on a minute.
Back.
All right, let's try it again. Tell me if you can hear this now.
She had to work late, and when she got home, she told police that she sent Maddy to bed alone with Stearns in this upstairs bedroom. She never saw her daughter alive again. Sometime either that night or the next morning, investigators believe Stearns strangled Maddy, breaking a bone in her neck. In Osceola County, Bob Hazen, West.
She lied.
It's called the hyoid bone, guys. Usually when somebody has been, their life's been taken from strangulation, that's typically what happens.
She lied.
God, what a piece of shit.
Callie's suitcases freak me out in general. Like, we had Gannon found in a suitcase. We've got Sarah Boone with a suitcase. And then there was a case out of
little boy
Boca.
out of Vegas.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
the
another one
little boy
too.
that the mushroom hunter found. There's
Mhm.
another one. And then there was an
There was
older couple that he freaked out and dismembered his wife and put her in several suitcases, and she freaking come up on the shore like fishermen
Yeah,
found her.
yeah.
To
And
the
Heather
point where
Mack,
I'm like
Heather Mack
completely
put her
creeped
mom
out
in a
by
suitcase.
suitcases. I'm a
Yeah,
duffel
Heather.
bag kind of girl.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Well,
just
the
saying.
duffel bag is Adam.
It makes you not want to use luggage anymore, guys. No lie,
Nope. When we travel, it goes in duffel bags now because I'm freaked out. I'm like, I don't even want to be caught with a suitcase. Something crazy happens. Oh, that
Absolutely.
woman was seen on security footage with that suitcase. Oh, no, not mom. I had a duffel bag.
Yep. So, well, that's gonna probably do it for tonight, guys. We've been here for a little over 4 hours, and it's 2:20 in the morning here. So,
Yeah,
I think we're gonna
we
be
better let
done.
Dago go to bed.
Oh, I'm good.
Well, thank you for having me up.
No, thank you for coming up. It's always an honor for me and a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you for having me, Dago.
Yes, you're always
I'm glad I
welcome.
was able to be off tonight.
Yeah,
off work
I always
tonight.
enjoy having conversations with you, JC. It's always a good night. Pebbles, it's wonderful to see you in chat there. I see you every now and then. I
Hi,
appreciate you
Pebbles.
stopping by. I know you're
Well,
a busy lady. I don't get to see you that often, but we appreciate when you do come by, Pebbles. So, hope to see you again.
I like learning about new, like maybe relearning about cases that I don't know as much about. So
Yeah, well, we are
Kyron's
going to
case was-
be. I'm going to be putting together. I got so many different things to do, you guys. It's going to be busy. Thank God I have an amazing team that backs me up. I am going to be doing a show on
Kyron.
Sorry, I'm tired now. Yeah, Kyron Horman. We're going to be doing a full show on that. And quite a few other things coming up. I have a show coming up about the darkness behind some of the jails in the state of Ohio and everywhere, to be honest with you. There's a lot of crap going on. That's coming up soon, and quite a bit more. So just stay tuned. You won't be disappointed. And of course, I'll be keeping up with updates on all the other things that we've been covering as well. So, Mom, thank you again so much. I hope to talk to you again soon.
Yep. Good night, y'all. Make good choices.
Have a wonderful. If I don't see you, have a wonderful rest of your weekend. I hope to see you maybe tomorrow. Though we'll see.
Yeah, I'm off Monday. It's a holiday. Woohoo!
There you go. So good.
I'm working for a little bit Monday, but otherwise I will be around most likely, and I'll be around tomorrow. I might go live tomorrow. So
Awesome. I got to get back over there and catch another one of those. So
yeah,
good stuff. If you need any help, please let me know. Okay.
I will. All right. Thank you so much.
Have a
good
great night. Great night.
Bye.
Yes, ma'am. And yeah, Pebbles, I am going to be my home state. I've been sent some stuff on it, and there's a lot of crazy stuff going on in the prison systems around here, you guys. It's insane. There's a lot of deaths that have occurred, a lot of sickness, there's a lot, period, in general, and you guys will see. Where's she? I didn't know. Did she come in here tonight? I'm looking in the chat to see if she was in here. She's been sending me some stuff too on it. And she did a live, I believe, today with somebody earlier. And Miss Nina, warning sign Nina, or how do you say her title? Her title is weird, but it's her name. Yeah, Pebbles, Nina. Anyway, so yeah, we're gonna be covering that too. I'm gonna see if I have some friends that work in the prison system actually, and I'm gonna see if I can talk to them as well. At least I don't know if they'll do anything on here with me, but they'll talk to me. At least. Warning label, Nina. That's it. Thank you, Sherry. Yeah, she did a live with Silky, which was I have to go catch it. I didn't get to see it because I have my grandkids, but Silky's pretty awesome, and I really enjoyed talking with Nina, so I think they did a great job. I'll bet. Thank you, V. I appreciate that very much. Other than that, you guys, You guys know you're amazing. Again, Pebbles, it was great to see you again. And that goes for all of you guys. I saw some names in here I haven't seen in a while. I know it's late now. Everybody's probably jumping out, but I appreciate that very much. Missed you guys. I missed seeing you guys. V, it was wonderful to see you. Again, I hope to see you much more often again. We definitely missed you so very much. So very much. And like I said, guys, I can't say it enough. This wonderful lady came out here when I first came out here and followed me and supported me, and she's just amazing, and I appreciate it. Pebbles too. Pebbles been around a long time. You know, I don't get to see her often, but we appreciate when you do stop by, Pebbles, and give your input on things and support the channels. We do appreciate you very much. So thank you for that, and that goes for all of you guys. You guys are all very much. This whole community is just a group of amazing people, and I appreciate each and every one of you guys so very much. So that being said, guys, please don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. And guys, if you can do anything for me at all, don't change anything about yourselves, because you guys are absolutely amazing. You guys are the reasons why I come out here every day and will continue to come out here just until I can't, period. End of story. So you guys have a wonderful rest of your night or day. I will see you guys sometime later on today, sometime later this afternoon, maybe, or early this afternoon. If I don't see you and you don't come in here, I hope you have an amazing rest of your weekend. I will see you soon either way. But I hope to be out here early this afternoon. You guys are just, I can't even express it. I appreciate you guys so very much. Much love to each and every one of you guys. Good night. God bless. And I will see you soon. Bye-bye.
Typing at the speed of light, hunting down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right, digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Dago's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelations shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Rise is streaming loud and clear, cracking cases open, hearts filled with fear. These channels are beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The flicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Dago's a warrior through the trials he waits. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Dago's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows you rise, is streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Truth out, answering the call. For every soul forgotten, he's here to stand tall. Dago the genuine will always give it his all. Dago's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the